A message from the Partnership for a Drug-Free Canada.
It's heartbreaking, but every day, homeless and neglected animals arrive here at the Hamilton-Burlington SPCA. I'm Pam, and I've been rehoming animals for 25 years at our shelter. You can help save a life. $10 a month helps provide food, shelter, and medicine for animals waiting for their second chance. Please visit hbspca.com today and become a monthly donor. $10 a month, that's all it takes. On behalf of those that cannot speak, thank you.
From the AM 900 CHML Weather Center, we are looking at partly cloudy skies overnight. The odd showers possible with a low of 11. Tomorrow, a cloudy day. Again, chance of showers. Windy with a high of 17. Right now, it is 15. I'm Paul Tipple. News next at 9 on AM 900 CHML, Hamilton's News Talk leader.
You're listening to Canada Votes 2015 on Hamilton's News Talk leader, AM 900 CHML.
Welcome back to CHML's continuing coverage of Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts. I'm Bill Kelly with our in-studio panel. Sophia Agianalides is here, John Best is here, and Professor Henry Jasek, of course, from McMaster University. The polls are closed in Newfoundland, of course, and as we just heard on CHML News, you can paint Newfoundland essentially Liberal red right now. The polls are closing in the Maritimes, and as we sit right now at 8:08, we have the Liberals winning or leading in 29 seats, the Conservatives winning or leading in 2 seats, and the NDP in 1 at this stage. But John, as you and I were talking about just before the break, not totally unexpected. The polling that we saw over the last couple of weeks really indicated that the Maritimes and especially Newfoundland were pretty strongly into the Liberal camp.
But what is, I think, somewhat significant, Bill, is that the Conservatives had all but 2 seats in New Brunswick last time out, and now they are only leading in 2 seats in New Brunswick. So the potential here is for them to lose 6 of the 8 seats they held in New Brunswick, the way it's moving now, and that does indicate Nova Scotia. Newfoundland, I think the one NDP member is Newfoundland. They did well. The Liberals did well in Nova Scotia last time, but New Brunswick is where you're seeing a swing right now, where they've gone from 8 seats. At this point, they're only, well, now it's down to 7. They just switched off one of the Tory seats. So there's something going on in New Brunswick for sure. There's a number of incumbents that are in trouble there.
By the way, we'll talk about some of the notable ridings, and we mentioned some of them here in the Hamilton area. Obviously, the Hamilton ridings down Niagara way. Haldeman, we're told, is very much in play right now with Diane Finley, the incumbent, getting a very strong push from the Liberal candidate there. We'll also check across the bay into Burlington, too. Mike Wallace is up for re-election once again. But he seems pretty strong, Henry. Even if there's going to be a pushback against the Conservatives, Wallace is a former city councillor there with a pretty strong reputation, pretty grassroots support, and a substantial victory. I think he won by 16,000 or 17,000 votes in the last election.
Yeah, he did, but the thing is that the Liberals have a relatively young but a very, very smart candidate, a very attractive candidate, and I think it's really helped her out this really long campaign. I actually think for me, it's too close to call. Now, there's a lot of my friends in Burlington for 3 months have been telling me I'm crazy, that it wasn't going to be close, but I was very impressed with the Liberal candidate, and I was also impressed in the provincial general election that the Liberals won in there, and they hadn't won for over 40 years. I said, well, they did that provincially, you know, why can't they do that federally with a good candidate? And I think they have a very good candidate. She was not well known before the campaign, but I think she really has put on a very good campaign. She's very attractive, and it may be that if people have really turned against the Conservatives, that'll aid her in getting in. So I think it can go any way. I don't think, you know, I've disagreed for the last 3 months that Mr. Wallace, who has been in there for about 10 years, that he was a shoo-in. I don't think that at all.
And Sophia, that's one of those situations where obviously the Liberal candidate that's running in that election against its strong incumbent benefits from having a provincial member. Eleanor, of course, was elected in the last provincial election. Is still a very popular member in that community.
She's a very popular, and the candidate in Burlington, her name is Karina Gould, and I think, Henry, when you say attractive, you mean very smart, right?
Very smart.
Yeah.
I just began with smart.
Yeah, because she is. She's very smart.
She is attractive to the electorate, I think. She's the type of person that they would find comfortable being their MP.
Well, you know, Mike Wallace is attractive too, I'd say.
Yeah.
You know, I think really Burlington, we're going to see a switch. I actually believe that. She's really strong. But I also think another riding we should look at is Niagara Centre. You know, Welland is changing. I mean, Vance is very popular there. He was the mayor of Port Colborne. He's got a lot of people who like him. Justin Trudeau came down to Welland to the Blue Star restaurant. He didn't come to the Fireside, but he did come to the Blue Star. And
he missed a good meal then.
He did.
All you can eat.
No. Blue Star is a great restaurant. But he did come to Welland, and I'll tell you, the whole city was electrified. I think that Malcolm Allen is going to have, it's going to be very close.
He only won that seat, Allen, for the NDP. He only won it by 1,000 votes last time. So if there's any kind of collapse happening with NDP votes in Ontario, you could be right.
And remember, you know, Malcolm Allen, he's a really great guy, by the way. But when Peter Cormos, you know, how much I really miss Peter. When Peter was around, he was very helpful to Malcolm. They were two peas in a pod. They had Welland in the palm of their hand, and you know, we'll see.
And that's one of those situations, Henry, where you talked about legacy and hearkening back to the legacy. And in that particular riding, even Peter Cormos paid great respect to Mel Swart, who won that seat for many years before that. And it was almost as if there was a passing of the banner from one to the other. And you do well. That's a lesson learned in politics, to understand that if somebody was there before, you have to respect them, no matter what you thought of them personally. But I think there was a great deal of love there between those anyway. And you don't even see that, and you don't often see that, and that can actually work to the detriment of the person who's running now.
I think the other thing that's happening in Welland, which is where that riding occupies this, is simply the change in the economy. That was a factory town, heavily unionized, that area. And unfortunately, as we well know, a lot of those kind of jobs have gone away, and I think the composition of the workforce has changed from heavily unionized to not.
We're looking at some of the Atlantic results. We want to remind you once again, of course, that you have until 9:30 tonight to vote here in the CHML listing area, well, right across Ontario for that matter. The polls are closing in the Maritimes right now. John, we got about a minute to go here. When we come back after the short time out here, and our time with Shona and Scott in the other studio, I want to talk about predictions about what's going to happen when the national polls start to close right across the country. But I want to talk about vote changes too, and that's what you and Henry were referring to earlier. But it's okay, how many seats you win is wonderful, but it's where's that vote going? And we'll talk about that. I'm just looking at the numbers now from Atlantic Canada. The Liberals had 35% of the vote there in the last election. It's up to 65% now, so that's a huge swing. We'll get into that and a lot more when we come back after the break. You are listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
Gauging the pulse of the nation. Here's Rick Zamperin from the AM 900 CHML social media desk.
Canada's main political parties using their Facebook pages to get their message across to voters today. Message on the Conservative Party Facebook page says the election is close and every vote will matter. Vote Conservative to protect our economy today. A post on the Liberal Facebook page says take 15 seconds to tell your friends to vote. They'll be more likely to cast a ballot for real change. Over to the NDP. Their message is, friends, don't let friends stay home on election day. I vote NDP. Still with the New Democrats, Burlington candidate David Laird tweeted, after 148 years of Liberals, Conservatives, in this election, you do have a choice. Go vote, then go cheer on the Blue Jays. A quick score update in a second on that. Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario President Sam Hammond tweeting, hope all ETFO members who didn't vote in advance polls take time to vote today. You have until 9:30 p.m. to cast your ballot. Hashtag ready for change. Hamilton Chamber of Commerce President Keenan Loomis tweeting, going to be quite a night, toggling between the Blue Jays game, Monday Night Football, hashtag fly, Eagles fly, and the election results. Quick update from the Dome where the Royals lead the Blue Jays 1-0 in the bottom of the first in Game 3 of the ALCS. From the Canada Votes 2015 social media desk, I'm Rick Zamperin.
Instant analysis from Studio B. Here's Scott Thompson and Shona Thompson on AM 900 CHML.
Scott and Shona in Studio B talking about how this campaign unfolded over the 678 days that it lasted.
1,000 days.
Let's talk a little bit about attack ads and the campaigns and how they unfolded over the 78 days. Everybody says they don't like attack ads, yet they're always used because everybody says that they work. Did they work this time? Do you think we've hit a turning point where perhaps Canadians can now look beyond attack ads and we won't see them as much?
Well, first off, the attack ads in Canada are certainly not like attack ads in the United States, and thank heavens for that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that a lot of this backfired, and the length of the campaign may have been part of it.
I was just about to say, maybe if the campaign was as long as it is in the United States, they would get to that point. Maybe that's what it is. They just have to work their way up to it.
Maybe, but I think that I think there was enough time to reverse the spin on some of these things.
And that's certainly what happened. A lot of people thought that the Harper Justin's Just Not Ready campaign, it took way too long. And by the time the campaign finished, people were thinking, well, maybe he is ready. Yeah. Do you think that ran too long?
I think it did run. I think it did run too long. I think Mr. Trudeau had a great response ad when he finally did respond.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, why are they letting this go? Why are they letting this go? Why are they letting this go? And then just after the writ drops, we get the "here's what I'm not ready for" campaign. But for most of the campaign, the Liberals tried to keep with the positive approach, but you just get worn out by all of it, I think.
And the whole "not ready" thing became a catchphrase because even Mulcair used it, saying, "I am ready now."
But then we had the Liberals and the NDP battling for who was going to be doing more change.
That's right. Yeah.
It wasn't just change. What was the term you used? I'm changier?
Yeah, even more changier. I'm more changier than they are.
Yeah.
It got to the point where I think once they had burned out the middle class and grew tired of that, then all of a sudden it was change. Didn't matter what the change was, as long as there's change. That's what it's all about. Somebody brought up an interesting point, and I've talked about this with various people throughout the last couple of days of the campaign. People have noticed, and I wonder if you're thinking the same thing, are you seeing less, or did you see less election signs this time out?
You know,
and why do you think that is? Do you think that's because social media is playing a greater role, or do you think it's because people are perhaps undecided? They're not sure what sign they're going to put out.
You know, those are, I think, excellent points, because I've noticed that too. I mean, you know, there used to be like crazy sign crews, and you would see election signs everywhere.
Yes.
In fact, it got to the point where I felt really bad for realtors, because you could never differentiate between, you know, political signs that were out and houses for sale signs. And maybe they were tired of battling it in reverse, because we have a really hot Hamilton housing market right now. But I think that social media works better for, you know, certain demographics, perhaps not the traditional conservative demographic. When I went on websites for specific candidates, they all look the same.
Yeah.
So they're party specific. They're certainly branded, and there are positives and negatives with that. Because when I'm checking out a candidate, I want to find out what that person says. What do you feel is important in your area, and where have the local election debates gone?
Maybe that's you bring up a very valid point, that it was less about what was going on in the local ridings, more about what was happening nationally and what those 3 or 4 lead candidates were up to. That being said, I mean, usually this week you would see the crews out there, bang, 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 putting up signs and what have you.
Like
that just
overnight,
doesn't seem to be the case.
Boom, you'd have all these signs all over the place, and that hasn't happened.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out, and if in fact we were talking with people from McMaster today in regard to social media and how that did play such a valid part, an important part in getting the younger vote out, and you know, perhaps that will mobilize the younger electorate this time out. All right, Scott Thompson along with Shona Thompson, now passing it back to Bill Kelly in Studio A.
Thanks so much, Scott. Great to be with you here tonight. Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, here on 900 CHML, with our panel, Sophia Agilanides, of course, former revenue minister of the province, and now one of the stalwarts of the Armstrong Strategy Group, Jim Flaherty, was involved with them, wasn't he?
Well, in fact, the owner of the company, John Armstrong, he worked with
I thought so.
Minister Flaherty, for many years, and yep, there's a conservative in the firm. That's for sure.
Well, and I know you knew Mr. Flaherty obviously too from his provincial time too.
I did. You know, Bill, I have a great story when I got into cabinet. I got a note from Tim Hudak that was written from Jim Flaherty saying, "Congratulations, it's great to have a conservative in cabinet." He's so funny.
As former head of the Chamber of Commerce, of course. Jim, what that Irish humor.
I know.
As we talked about before the break, the vote change is going to be a key factor here. At dissolution, John Best, the Liberals held how many seats?
34, I believe.
34 in the last Parliament. Right now, they are leading or have won 32 seats, and we're not even out of the Maritimes yet. So I think this is as good a time as any for our panel to get right into it and talk about predictions for what's going to happen. By the way, just to give you some context on here, by 10 o'clock our time tonight, the polls right across the country will have closed. They've staggered the times. Actually, they were 9:30 to 9:30 here in Hamilton, by the way, so you've still got another hour or so to vote. They're only open till 7:30 in British Columbia, for instance. Local time, 7:30 local time, but they open at 7:30 in the morning there. So everybody got 12 hours. It's just staggered in different parts of the country, so we can have some semblance of what's happening. So let's go around the table. Sophia, we'll start with you, and then John, and then Henry, about what you're anticipating. The polls, if you were to believe them, the Forum Research poll was the most, I guess, small L liberal that I've seen. That actually had the Liberals at 40%. The Nanos poll 39%. Both of those are in minority territory, but a pretty strong minority. Sophia, let's go to you. What do you think is going to happen nationally? And especially, you've got some context here because now we've got some results, and the Liberals have are clean sweep right now, 32 seats, one for the NDP at this stage, and I think one for the Conservatives. What do you see happening for the rest of the night?
Well, there's a lot of people that I have been talking to who have said it's going to be a liberal minority. But if all those people agree that it's going to be a liberal minority, it's a lot of liberal voting. And I think what we're seeing is definitely we're heading into majority territory. When I walked in here today, Bill, I did my count that I did throughout all of the country. I say 171. I feel pretty confident that the Liberals will get at least 171 seats. That's what I say.
Okay, well,
that's all they need.
That's all they need. Well,
John?
they actually just need 170, right?
I was still I exchanged predictions with some friends of mine yesterday, and I had the Liberals at 150. I think I would probably want to rethink that today, given the latest polling that was actually done overnight and showed yet another point of gain for the Liberals. I'm not quite ready to say it's going to be a majority, but it's looking like, and anything can happen. Let's see what happens in Quebec. Let's see if the NDP collapse there, or whether they still hold a large number of seats, because the Liberals only got 7 seats in Quebec last time. So there's gains to be made there that would make me more comfortable about predicting a majority. But it's going to be close to that. It's going to be. I mean, I think we're looking at some furniture moving and some moving vans at 24 Sussex for sure.
John, but even, and again, I agree with you, the Quebec and Ontario are going to tell a big story here. But when you hear the national pollsters and those that are on the ground saying that they're expecting the Liberals to actually pick up some seats in Alberta, for instance, and not so much in Saskatchewan, but and then again in British Columbia, where they've had huge gains in the last little while. That's unheard of. We don't hear that often, but once you get past the Manitoba border, that rest of that country was usually a wasteland when it came to the Liberals, and now it looks as if they may have some traction in some of those areas.
Well, I think certainly the support of the mayor of Calgary has been helpful to Trudeau. I'm hearing predictions like the Liberals might get 20 seats west of Ontario, which would be a big improvement over where they were last time. So I think I think they'll be disappointed, frankly, if they don't get a seat or two out of Alberta. Saskatchewan, it's harder to see the growth because the NDP are so strong there, and probably pretty resilient. Some gains in Manitoba are possible, and British Columbia is all over the map. I mean, you've got ridings there where Conservatives have won by 25,000 votes in some of those interior ridings, and yet you get into Vancouver and there's a lot of red there. So it's going to be very interesting, and I really feel that this getting a good look at what happens in Quebec is going to give us a better indication.
Henry, what do you think? And again, seeing what we see right now with the Liberals winning or ahead in 31, the Conservatives have won. That NDP, I guess, got wiped out by the Liberal, or at least is leading in that. So what's going to happen?
Well, what I'm noticing right now is the Liberals are overperforming on the predictions in the Atlantic provinces. So they've taken away at least 13 of the 14 Conservative seats. So they've taken away all of the NDP seats. There weren't that many, but they took them all away. And if they're going to be overperforming in the rest of the country, I think it's a majority. It's a time for Liberal majority. I mean, what we're seeing from the Atlantic provinces is unexpected. I mean, nobody predicted this type of sweep through the Atlantic provinces. And I got to suspect that, well, if we're seeing it there, we're probably going to see overperformance from the Liberals all the way to BC, and I think we're into a majority situation.
Quebec's still a question mark, though. We still don't know where that's going to go.
That's right. In Quebec, I mean, the Liberals have been going up in terms of predictions in Quebec. They had only 7 there the last time. People were saying now they're getting in the low 20s. As I said in the beginning of the program, if they go over 30 and they get 35, well, yeah, that just adds to the Maritimes, and then we're probably going to see this, things going their way here in Ontario where there's so many seats. Then add some in Manitoba, add some in Alberta, and then maybe even get a majority of the seats in British Columbia.
Let me do the break. We'll come back in a couple of seconds. I want to talk about, now that we've seen some of these numbers, what kind of an impact is it having for people right now that may be sitting there listening to the radio and saying, you know what, I got to go out and vote before 9:30. That might have changed the way I'm going to vote. We'll talk about that when we come back. You're listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
Since 1976, Attridge Transportation has been committed to the safety of all the passengers they transport. Attridge is currently seeking part-time school bus drivers in the local area. If you want to be part of a family-owned and operated Canadian company making a great wage and helping get our youth to school, just pick up the phone and call. Toll-free at 1-888-749-1515 or visit the website and apply at attridge.com. That's ATTRIDGE.com.
Oh, hey, Phil. Did I tell you I just moved my small business to TELUS?
Did you get new smartphones?
Sure did. Plus, I got a $300 credit on each number I switched over.
Did they have great customer service?
The best in Canada.
Did they give you the right business solutions?
Everything my small business needs.
Did I tell you I'm switching my business to TELUS?
You just did.
Switch to TELUS for the best customer service for business and a $300 smartphone credit. Visit TELUS.com/switch to TELUS.
You've been diagnosed with fibromyalgia and are in constant pain. Your doctor takes you off work, but your insurer still denies your disability claim. Sound familiar? My name is Aaron Waxman, and if your disability insurer has denied your claim for any reason, call me at 1-844-583-4878. And don't worry about upfront legal fees, because there are none. At my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. And before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 1-844-583-4878 or AWaxman at awaxmanlaw.ca.
Change might feel impossible or even overwhelming, but it's time. Time to focus on you, your health, your state of mind, your future. It can start with a single step or even just by walking through the door. We want to help you lift, lunge, and laugh. We want you to get healthy, stay active, and live long.
We are the YMCA. We're building stronger, healthier Canadians. That's why we are here. Join us at ymcahbb.ca.
Drawing a new political map. This is Canada Votes 2015 on AM 900 CHML.
Maybe not.
We are back. You're listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, here on 900 CHML. I'm Bill Kelly with our in-studio panel, Professor of Political Science at McMaster University, Henry Jasek, John Best, the publisher of the Bay Observer, Sophia Adjalides, of course, with the Armstrong Strategy Group. And the results are in from the Maritimes. The Liberals right now ahead in 32, have won or ahead in 32. And that seems to be about it. The NDP have been wiped out as of now in the Maritime provinces. Of note, there's some key ridings out there. Bill Casey, of course, the former Conservative who jumped over to the Liberals, apparently has been elected there. Seamus O'Regan, the former host of Canada AM, who left broadcasting to go into politics, has been elected rather out in Newfoundland, and so we'll carry some of those notables in some of those key ridings as we go through this. Henry, there were times, and it wasn't that many years ago during the electoral process, where there was a blackout. I mean, if the polls were still open in Ontario, we weren't allowed to see the maritime results because I guess the mindset was it's going to influence the vote. Obviously, with social media and with the internet, I mean, that stuff's out there, so it's kind of frivolous to even try to block these sorts of things. So here we are, an hour before the polls close here in Ontario, and we're looking at results that are looking like a Liberal sweep, and as you've already characterized, they're overperforming. Does that have an impact on people that haven't voted? I know we're getting down to the short strokes. There's only an hour left, but there are still some people that are saying it's time to go and vote, or that maybe weren't going to vote, see this and decide, oh, now I'm going to have to.
Well, I actually am a bit of a skeptic that the results influence a lot of people. I think a lot of the people who are voting now probably have been busy all day and probably have a bit lower interest than people who've already voted. Remember, first of all, we had, what, 2.8 million voted in the advanced polls.
Mm-hmm.
Those were people like us. Well, I don't know about you people. I've always voted in the advanced poll, but because I'm so eager to just go and vote. But I think a lot of the people who are really interested in polls and all that sort of stuff vote early, vote in the advanced poll, or earlier in the day. I think at the end of the day, for the most part, you're getting very busy people who haven't had enough time to really listen to what's going on, including even listening to this. So I don't think they're greatly affected. I wouldn't worry about them being influenced by these results. I mean, maybe there's a little, but not enough to make a difference, I think.
John?
We'll see.
My worry about the voter turnout is just that we saw what happened with the advanced polls. There were some really bad lineups, and because voters are aging, it's very difficult to ask people in their 70s and 80s to stand for 2 hours. And I'm hoping that in terms of today, the regular vote, that enough adjustments were made so that these lineups aren't as bad. But I watched a bit of television at the supper hour, and it appeared that I didn't hear any bad news about Hamilton, but certainly in Toronto there were some chaotic lineups, and just hope it doesn't have the effect of suppressing the vote when we're expecting a higher than normal turnout.
Sophia, you saw that today.
Yeah, I did. I saw that happen in a Toronto Danforth riding where a gentleman was leaving the polling station because he was told that he needed picture ID, which is completely false. You need 2 pieces of ID. He was really upset. He was an older gentleman, and you know what? He was standing for a long time. He felt like he couldn't go back. So we really need to see what, like John said, we've got to make sure that this doesn't happen. Now, I do know, I'm not sure if it's happening here in Hamilton, but Uber was offering free rides to polling stations.
Yeah.
Today.
And there are bylaw officers probably following them around right now, trying to do something about that. Central Nova, is that not Peter MacKay's old riding?
It is.
And that's Sean Fraser, the Liberal, has won that seat. Fred Deloria was the Conservative that was running there. That was a seat that Peter MacKay held for the longest time, Henry, and his father before him.
Right.
So that's quite a sea change.
I think so, and I think, with a defeat like this in the Atlantic provinces, even though he's not running, I would suspect that's going to affect Peter MacKay a little bit. He's going to be a bit, there he's on TV now, bit being tarnished. And I think, in any event, there aren't enough seats out there, I think, really, for the party to really pick a leader there. I think if the Conservative Party and the NDP, by the way, may also suffer a catastrophic defeat tonight, given what we've seen out in the Atlantic provinces, I think they're going to have to look to Ontario. I think it's going to be time to have somebody from Ontario from those 2 places, for those 2 parties, and it's the only way to rebuild them. I think. I just don't know where else you go. I'm just a bit staggered by to see 32 on 32 seats going for one party. I'm almost getting close to speechless.
Well, we don't get that very often. We were talking. That's the Trudeau 68 election, the Mulroney 84 election, where you see, and even the Chrétien election, where of course Campbell and the Conservatives were wiped out.
became the official opposition. So it wasn't like the whole country was just basically painted red. There was just new opposition parties. What we're seeing here is every party seems to be, well, so far in the Atlantic provinces, there's only three, but the two opposition parties have just been rolled over. And it's going to be interesting to see in Quebec, if we have anything like that in Quebec. I mean, this could be, God knows, this could be an absolutely staggering election in terms of one party totally dominating it. Now, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but the overperformance of the Liberals here, if it's in any way carried across the country, it's going to be a very huge victory.
The characterization that we've seen for Quebec, though, John, is that it's going to be rainbow. There's going to be a little bit of this, a little bit of that. What influence is the Bloc going to have? They essentially got wiped out in the last election. Gilles Duceppe is back. I don't think there's any ideas that these guys are actually going to win more seats than anybody else there, but they're going to be a factor.
They are going to be a factor, and most of their losses came to NDP Orange Crush candidates. And some of those NDP wins were by ridiculous amounts, 8,000 and 10,000 votes. There's, as I said earlier, there's a number of them, for whatever reason, they've already got 4 years. They're obviously haven't read the pension booklet, and they're not running. There's quite a bit of churn among some of these NDP ridings, and I would expect to see the Bloc pick up a few seats, and that's going to make a difference in Quebec. The other thing it's going to do is they will take votes away from NDP incumbents and maybe allow for Liberals to come up through the middle. I think the Conservatives are still strong in the Quebec City area, not too many other places. So it's just going to be interesting to see whether the Bloc is strong enough to actually help the Liberals in the odd riding. But certainly the NDP have got their work cut out for them. They're down. They went from 50. The first polls of this election, they were at 50%, and now they're down to roughly 20%. It's just an incredible elevator ride for them.
There's I guess they could make the same argument here in Ontario, though, Sophia. There's a real urban-rural divide in Quebec when it comes to where those votes actually go.
Oh, there definitely is.
The Liberals very strong in Montreal, as John said. Quebec City seems to be more small C conservative, and the NDP picking up an awful lot of ground in the rural ridings.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see if Gilles Duceppe even gets his seat. You know, I know that, John, you said that, you know, there are going to be some seats. I don't know. Watching that French debate, I didn't see his normal passion. I don't know. He seems to, I don't know. I'm not really sure we're going to see that this time around.
Let's talk about the debates for a couple of seconds. There was no national debate by the broadcast consortium as there was in the past. None of the major networks, CBC, CTV, or Global, carried the debates this year. The audiences obviously were smaller because you had to go searching up and down the dial looking for it, and God forbid if you should get into Survivor or a baseball game in the meantime, you probably stop right there and never actually watch the debate. I did. John, you referenced earlier about the characterization by one of the Tory strategists before the first debate that said, well, if Justin shows up with his pants on, that's going to be a victory for him. Did this... And I'll say for both parties, and for the parties, both the Conservative and the NDP, did they underestimate this guy in the debates?
Clearly, they underestimated him, and yes, the debates were not seen by as large a television audience as we've seen in the past. But then, what happens? That means a lot of Canadians will take their sense of those debates from the morning after coverage by the mainstream media. And I've worked in the news business for a lot of my life, and I can tell you that the media do hold grudges. Surprise everybody. Yes, they do. And they don't like Harper. He hates them, and they hate him, period. So that means that, at the very least, what that means is that he's not going to, if it's a 50-50 coin toss, he's not going to get, it's never going to fall in his favor in terms of favorable coverage. The CBC fear him because he wants to take more of their allocation away. There is a cordial, and I would say maybe not so cordial, loathing between the media and Harper. So what you get is morning after coverage of a debate that not that many people saw. the interpretation is colored by those attitudes.
Peter Stouffer, longtime NDP for Sackville-Preston, defeated by the Liberal Darrell Sampson tonight. Back to your point, how about the NDP being wiped out in the Maritimes. John's point's interesting, though, Henry, that there was no national coverage of the debates during this particular election, but the news cycle has changed. I mean, you know, back in the day when the leaders' debates would happen, the next morning there was no such thing as television news. There is now. There's 24-hour news cycles all over the place. There's social media. You can go to Facebook. You can go to Twitter. You can see segments that people have downloaded and retweeted. You don't need the national coverage of the actual event, really, do you, to get your message out there?
No, you don't. And I think whether you're watching it on television or listening to it on the radio or you're listening on the new digital or social media that we have, people are all seeing certain clips or certain parts of things about the leaders, and they're watching the leaders as they go along, I think, and they get a sense of whether that the leader deserves their trust. And I think they do. You know, I think what they saw in the case of Justin, that he was solid in August. He wasn't outstanding, but he was solid, and he kept going. And as I said earlier, I do think they saw in the case of Mulcair that he lost his way in Quebec on a NICAB issue. And I think they could see that this was a person that had really drifted away from major issues that most Canadians care about. They didn't really care about the NICAB issue, and he got sidelined there. And I just think when people say, well, I want a prime minister who's dealing with really important stuff, and Justin came out with his economic policies, they outflanked the NDP on the left, and a lot of people here think we're in a mild recession. We're not creating enough jobs for people. Last month we lost 62,000 full-time jobs. I think that has been underlying all the year, that we essentially need somebody to get the economy going, and they wanted leaders to focus on this. They certainly didn't believe the Prime Minister when he said the economy is doing well and he has a great track record. Well, how can he have a great track record when he's got a mild recession going on this year? He's not creating enough jobs. Unemployment rate is going up, and we're losing full-time jobs. And that left Justin Trudeau with saying, okay, my policy, run deficits, we're going to put money into infrastructure, we're going to put some energy into the economy. And people said to themselves, that's what I want to hear. And I think by him saying that, he just moved ahead of the other two people. But it was coming by watching the leaders. They just lost confidence in Mulcair as an alternative to Harper. I think over a year ago they decided Harper wasn't really doing the right thing, and it just left Trudeau. And at the end of the campaign, I don't really think he had any competition.
John, to Henry's point, one of the poignant moments of the Ronald Reagan debates where he won the presidency for the first time was the question that he asked, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? Was that the undercurrent of this campaign?
It would have been one of the questions.
It was never stated, but it was certainly implied. We got about 30 seconds left here.
I think, frankly, that this election has been a referendum on Harper more than any other single issue. Certainly the economy is always there, but I really think this is Harper that really was the ballot question.
We'll come back in just a couple of minutes, and I want to get Sophia's feedback on that point as well. You are listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
What is trending on election night? Here's Rick Zamprin from the AM 900 CHML social media desk.
There is, some amusing tweets coming in, some entertaining Facebook posts, some informative stuff as well. There's some local election followers who are making their voices heard on social media as well. Richard Bellemare, Burlington, tweeting, my duty is done, hashtag Halton votes. Jeff W. tweeting, we just drove 4.5 hours from Kelowna to North Burnaby, made it in time to have our voices heard, hashtag I voted NDP, good luck. Ken Butterworth tweets, hashtag Trudeau-mania in the East Coast. Christine LaRove tweeting, dear Justin Trudeau, don't let us down, the East Coast. Shane571 tweeting, based on these results in Atlantic Canada, the NDP is in for some disappointment tonight. A tweet from Suzanne Sexton reads, Justin wasn't trustworthy enough for his dad to let him handle his inheritance. You want him to run our country? LOL. And there's an amusing tweet from ZH. It shows Blue Jay slugger Jose Bautista in his epic bat flip pose, but instead of the bat being flipped, it's Prime Minister Stephen Harper who's in mid-flight. By the way, quick update from the Dome. The Royals lead the Jays 1-0 in the bottom of the second, Game 3 of the ALCS. From the Canada Votes 2015 social media desk, I'm Rick Samprin.
The facts from every angle. This is Scott Thompson and Shona Thompson on AM 900 CHML.
Normally, Rick's right on top of this stuff, but just after he's finished talking, Toronto, it's now leading 2-1 over Kansas City. 2-1 Toronto over Kansas City. Let's hope that continues. All right, Scott.
Blue team?
I don't think we can. There's just no parallel here at all. There's going to be a winner and loser in one race. There is no winner and loser in the other.
Okay.
Let's talk about endorsements and how they worked over the course of this campaign. At the beginning of the campaign, we saw Trudeau bring out some old stalwarts like Chrétien and Martin, and then even at the end, have a commercial that certainly played in Ontario and in this area with Hazel McCallion at the helm, and even calling Prime Minister Harper by his first name, which I thought was quite ballsy. But when you're Hazel, I guess you can do that.
You can.
Although
That's why they call her the Hurricane.
Although I did find it kind of amusing that she was supporting Trudeau yet wearing a bright orange jacket.
And as we all know from advertising, nothing happens by accident.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
Do you think so? Do you honestly think that was planned? You'd think somebody would certainly have said, "Can we maybe find another jacket
purple.
To wear rather
Let's
than
use purple?"
Do these sorts of endorsements help? Because when Trudeau was rolling out Chrétien and Martin, I mean, he wasn't necessarily doing that well at that point of the campaign.
No, that's true.
At the end, does this pay off? Do you think?
And in fact, there was a lot of backlash because it was, hey, it's the old
Bring out the
guard.
old
If
school.
he's supposed to be, the new face of the Liberal Party, why is he bringing back, the band is getting back together?
Does that lend him credibility, though?
I think it did. I think it certainly didn't hurt him.
Do you find that this campaign we seem to cross more provincial and federal lines? A lot of the time, we won't see a lot of mention of provincial candidates, delving into the federal realm, vice versa. Well, we seem to see that this time with Mulcair and Notley, and certainly with Wynne and Trudeau.
Well, and with Wynne and Trudeau, and I think it was our Ken Mann who was the first one who pointed it out to me. A lot of what Justin was saying, a lot of his talking points with regards to infrastructure, very similar to the big move. In fact, a lot of it was almost taken exactly verbatim from that playbook, which I thought was interesting and perhaps even a little dangerous. But he was the only one who really seemed to be talking about infrastructure spending, but at what cost?
It seemed that everything was fair game this time out. There was even chatter during the negotiations with the Elementary Teachers Federation of Ontario, withholding a deal because they didn't want to support Wynne and therefore support Trudeau. Do you think that once this election is over, come tomorrow, we'll all of a sudden see a deal with the teachers done this week?
No, I don't think tomorrow. Maybe Thursday.
Yeah, there you go. What about Mulcair riding on the coattails of the success of the Alberta NDP? Do you think that gains him any traction across the country?
When Alberta went orange, I thought this is going to go one of two ways. Either people in Alberta are going to wake up like people in Ontario did a decade and a half ago or more, going, what did we just do? Or it was going to, people are going to go, you know what, we're not going to do this. We're going to go back to being a blue province. And so, we'll see how that plays out today. But I thought, bringing Wayne Gretzky up and getting an
Wayne seemed to take more hits.
A multimillionaire who can't even vote here because he's no longer a Canadian. He isn't even a Canadian citizen anymore. He's a naturalized U.S. citizen.
More seemed to jump on Gretzky for that than Harper for using him, it seems.
Yeah, maybe so, but still, who brought him up here? And the Ford endorsement?
That was my next question.
Oh, Lord!
We
got to talk about that more.
Did it seem that perhaps that's a last-ditch Hail Mary attempt? I mean...
oh, yeah. And everybody has been reading that as desperate. And word is that's why the Wizard of Oz, the big fixer that he brought in, left.
All right. We'll leave it at that. And, of course, touch on endorsements as well a little later on. Let's go back to Studio A and Bill Kelly.
Thanks so much, Scott. You're listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts. 900 CHML. Bill Kelly, along with our in-studio panel, Henry Jasek, John Best, Sophia Adjolanides. We're talking about the debates just before we went to the break and the impact. Even though it was a smaller audience, Sophia, through social media, through the news clips, through the 24-hour news cycle. And by the way, I mean, there's so many of them around these days. You choose your own flavor. You know, if you're a right-winger, there's a network for you. There's a newspaper for you. If you're middle of the road, if you're left, it's all there for you. But we got that information. And when they were, as Henry said, we were able to judge the performance of and performance counts in debates. It's not just content, is it?
Oh, absolutely, as performance. But, you know, Bill, not like, I know we're in the age of technology, but you know what? There are some people who do not have a Twitter account. There are people who don't have smartphones. My parents, for one, do not own a computer. They want to see the debate. And I think it's a disservice to Canadians to not have the debate on a national network. I actually was pretty upset about that. And I remember that one of the debates I was talking to some friends. I said, did you see the debate last night? And they were talking about, yeah, dude, I can't believe this guy. He was awful. I'm thinking, who are they talking about? They were talking about Trump at the Republican debate. They didn't even know that our debate was going on at the same time. So I think it's a disservice when we don't allow these debates to be on national on a network TV. Thank God for CHTV. At least they held all of them.
Yeah, as an independent station, they covered. I think they covered all of them, and so at least we had that. I think CP24 in Toronto carried not all of them though, but I think they had the first of the McLean's debate. But there was a step down from the quality of the debates and a lot of the issues.
Well, when you think about the quality of the debates, okay, maybe I do differ from my friends around the table, but I have to say that these debates were like watching dry toast. They were not that exciting. When you watch other other elections around the world, there's a lot more passion going on. I don't know if it's just these guys, but there's a lot more passion.
But to that point about content, and I'm not suggesting content trumps style, but style is very important these days. It is a televised debate. So how you speak, your body language, John, those are all factors. I remember the defining moment in, I guess it was '92 in Bill Clinton's first election when he was debating Bush. Remember when he stepped out from behind the podium and actually started engaging the people that were asking him questions. And anybody who's in public relations or communications will tell you that's step one, to make that bond between you and the audience. And you know, instead of the podium, which was actually a barrier, Clinton and now everybody does it. Of course, it's the new normal now to step outside. One of the criticisms I remember about those debates often was about Thomas Mulcair and his performance in the debate, and that he looked wooden. He looked not like himself. It was an act. Somebody had said this is the way you have to act, and he looked very unnatural, and that shows in a televised debate.
Well, speaking of Mulcair's performance, now he sort of dropped it as the campaign went on, but in the early going, in those first debates, no matter who he was addressing, he constantly looked into the camera with kind of a frozen grin on his face, and it was very disconcerting, and it was almost off-putting. Somebody had advised him to do that, and I don't, you know, there's all kinds of people around that will provide that kind of advice, but I think he was not well served by that, and it established a little bit of an unnaturalness around him that I think kind of stuck with him through the campaign. You know, I mean, I think a lot of people went into this election thinking he was the smartest of the three, and he'd done a good job in the House of Commons on the Duffy affair and calling the government to task, and somehow he just seemed very forced during the campaign, and I think it's cost him.
Matters. Perception, Henry, you know, and first impressions matter, and a lot of people have referenced just what John said. They said based on the way this guy performed in question period, boy, he's going to be a tiger. But there was the story about Angry Tom, and no, you can't have Angry Tom on the campaign trail. So instead, we saw Nice Tom, and I think a lot of NTP supporters that like Mulcair were looking at it saying, "Who is this guy?"
Yeah, he was stiff. I think a number of people said he was trying to protect his lead by not making any mistakes, and I think he came over I'm not sure that he looked all that nice. I mean, I guess he did compared to the angry Tom image, but I think I just describe him as stiff Tom, that it was just not exciting. He was boring. And I think that those debates were happening in September, and that's when people started saying, well, maybe he isn't the alternative to Stephen Harper. Maybe it's Trudeau. And Trudeau had enough of looseness to him and eloquence, and plus his commercials weren't too bad. And I think that's when people started saying, well, maybe instead of riding the horse of Mulcair's horse, we're going to ride Trudeau's horse, because we feel more comfortable on that horse. And I think that it does begin with those debates. That's certainly contributed, I think, to Mulcair losing his popularity and his force in September. So there was a number of things that were happening there, but certainly the debates were important.
I actually think that, Mr. Mulcair, when he isn't scripted, like you said, John, with that grin, when he was talking, he's quite I think a really great speaker. And I remember how absolutely speaking from the heart he spoke when Mr. Flaherty passed away.
Yeah.
And to see that press conference and what he said and how he said it, it was the real nature of a man. And I actually think he's a great speaker. It's unfortunate that he was so scripted, especially at the end.
Yeah.
Well, there's a movie, I'm sure you've all seen the previews for it, with Sandra Bullock that's coming out right now. That's about running a political campaign, and it looks obviously like a very satirical movie, and I'm looking forward to watching it. But I wish it had come out about 3 months ago, because it seemed to characterize the way that these three leaders have been handled by their political parties and by their spin masters. And some, I guess, take the advice to heart and actually do pretty well with it. Others, not so much. We have to do a short break. We're going to come back in just a few minutes as we continue. The polls close in about 35 minutes. If you have not voted, vote. 9:30 tonight, the polls will close. And by the way, just a PS to that, if you are in the building, you are still allowed to vote, all right? If you're lining up to vote and it's 9:30, they're not going to close the window on you and say, get out of the building now. You will still be allowed to vote, but you got to get in the building and get in there and exercise your franchise and vote. And we'll start in the next hour, of course, with some of those local numbers as they start pouring in. You're listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
Lost your job? Make sure your severance is fair. And by the way, you are owed severance. Call the employment lawyer, Lior Samfiru, host of the Employment Hour, 416-216-5900, or email help@employmenthour.com. This could be the most important call you'll ever make.
Hey, is everything okay?
I'm trying to cut back on smoking, and it's been a latte for Andre. I've got a latte for Andre.
It's Andrea, not Andre. Seriously, how hard is it to spell Andrea? You're almost there. You just add an A. It's a woman's name. I'm a woman. Do I look like a man? Don't answer that. We're gonna go.
When you're cutting back on smoking, the smallest things can set you off. New Thrive Complete Gum reduces cravings and symptoms like irritability, frustration, anxiety, and restlessness. Thrive Complete Gum. Keep small things small. Always read and follow the label to be sure this product is right for you.
Hey, I'm Vic, a rep at TELUS.
What's the story, Vic?
Not only have we raised the bar on customer service.
Oh, yeah?
But TELUS customers can also enjoy the most reliable 4G mobile network in Ontario.
So we could make a call from Kenora?
Yeah.
And post a selfie from Sonia?
For sure.
And tweet about it all from Timmins?
Absolutely.
Wow, you really have raised the bar. Join TELUS today and experience Ontario's most reliable 4G mobile network. See TELUS.com/network for details.
Discover the perfect backdrop to make your wedding dreams come alive with elegance, impeccable service, and fine food. Carmen's Group features some of Hamilton's most charming venues, including Carmen's Banquet Center, right next to the award-winning Premier Sea Hotel and Rooftop Lounge. Dreaming of a beach wedding? The Lakeview is the setting for you. Or if downtown is more your style, you'll love the newly renovated and chic Hamilton Convention Center by Carmen's. 4 unique venues to suit your style and budget. Visit carmensgroup.com.
If you've been let go from your job and told to sign papers by a deadline, don't panic. Your legal rights don't expire Friday at 5 p.m. Don't sign anything until you speak with the employment lawyer, Lior Samfiru, 416-216-5900, or email help@employmenthour.com.
Online and on your radio, this is Hamilton's News Talk Leader, AM 900 CHML, a Chorus Entertainment radio station, streaming live at 900CHML.com. Your number one choice for news. This is Hamilton's News Talk Leader, AM 900 CHML.
It's 9 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Paul Tipple. We're looking at partly cloudy skies overnight. Some showers possible tomorrow. Right now, it is 15 degrees, and the Liberals are dominating in their traditional stronghold of Atlantic Canada, but this time it is bigger than usual. So far, they have won 28 of the 32 seats and leading in the rest. They have garnered a whopping 63% of the popular vote in the region. 2 cabinet ministers are out. Fisheries Minister Gail Shea losing to Liberal Bobby Morrissey in Edgemont, and Aboriginal Affairs Minister Bernard Belcourt is out as well. He won just 16% of the popular vote. Former Justice Minister Peter MacKay's old riding of Central Nova has also gone Liberal to Sean Fraser, who beat Fred Delory, that's a former advisor to Prime Minister Harper. And Megan Leslie, the deputy leader of the New Democrats, is behind Liberal Andy Fillmore in Halifax. The incumbent New Democrat Jack Harris is neck and neck with Liberal Nick Whalen in St. John's East, and former Canada AM co-host Seamus O'Regan is off to the House of Commons, beating NDP incumbent Ryan Clearly in St. John's South Mount Pearl. In the last election, the Liberals won a total of 34 seats across the country. So far tonight, they have won or are leading in 33. With the polls all closed throughout Atlantic Canada, there is a gap before the poll deadline hits at 9:30 Eastern Time. That will cover a huge block of the country from Eastern through the Mountain Time Zones, in other words, covering Quebec, Ontario, right out into Alberta. Voters in the Pacific Time Zone have until 10 Eastern to cast their ballots. You still have time to vote, a half an hour or so. The polls close here at 9:30. And stay tuned to CHML. Our wall-to-wall election coverage will resume right after this newscast. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce isn't even waiting for the election results to give advice to the next government. It wants the federal government to implement a series of initiatives, including changes to the Canada Pension Plan and the adoption of a national carbon tax. The business organization, which represents chambers and boards of trade across the country, says the policy changes were part of 49 resolutions adopted at its annual meeting over the weekend. In other news this morning, over the next 3 years, Hamilton's Board of Health is being asked to fund a $1 million plan to tackle bed bugs.
Manager of Investment in Affordable Housing, David Burdatti, notes that complaints have increased more than tenfold over the past decade due to what he calls a combination of factors.
There's increased travel, restrictions on the type of pesticides that can be used.
Strategy focuses on things like early detection, education, destigmatization, and investing in supports for vulnerable residents so that occurrences do not become major infestations.
At the end of 3 years, by following the strategy, we should be repositioned to more routine operations rather than crisis-type intervention.
Housing Hamilton Chair Chad Collins among the supporters.
It is an emotionally and physically draining process if you know anyone who's been through it.
He notes that up to 60% of its units are infested and trending in the wrong direction. Ken Mann, AM 900 CHML News.
Those red light cameras aren't going anywhere. Hamilton's Public Works Committee voting to extend the program through 2021, with plans to install 5 new cameras at city intersections each year over the life of the new contract. A British man accused of posting an online threat against Wilfrid Laurier University in Waterloo is now apologizing. In an interview with CTV News, 22-year-old Daniel Ransom of London says he made the comment as a joke and didn't realize authorities took those kinds of posts to be real threats. Ransom is free on bail after being charged with malicious communications and is due back in court in January. Self-driving cars faced one of their most rigorous tests yet, an interstate in a busy Northern Virginia area. The Virginia Tech Transportation Institute demonstrated its automated vehicle technology today on the I-95 express lane just outside Washington. A driver was behind the wheel, but the specially modified Cadillac conducted lane changes on its own and adjusted speeds to account for simulated traffic and construction zones. Oh, it was a big day for Weight Watchers. Its stock shot up after a deal with Oprah was announced.
Jennifer Hudson sings the praises of Weight Watchers. Oprah Winfrey will soon be part owner. Winfrey will pay just over $43 million for a 10% stake in the company. As a part of the deal, she'll not only serve on the board, she'll also give Weight Watchers permission for her name, likeness, and endorsement to be used. Winfrey, in turn, will help develop, plan, and execute programs, which will be turning to a new focus, away from just losing weight at Weight Watchers to something Oprah Winfrey specializes in, helping people lead healthier, happier lives. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
CHML Sports, the other big event happening that all of Canada watching tonight, the Blue Jays. They are leading the Royals 3-2 in the bottom of the third. Former Blue Jay pitcher Daniel Norris has announced on social media he has thyroid cancer. The 22-year-old says he found out about the growth being malignant, but was told by a doctor he could wait till the end of the season to have it removed. He was traded by Toronto to Detroit in the deal that put Ace David Price in the Blue Jays rotation. Monday Night Football being played in Philadelphia with the Eagles hosting the Giants. CHML News Time, 9:05. The weather forecast is next.
Chorus Entertainment. You know us. We're the people behind networks like W and YTV, kids shows like Franklin, and radio stations like AM 900 CHML. Chorus is also in your community through Chorus Feeds Kids in partnership with Maple Lodge Farms, a campaign to alleviate childhood hunger in Canada. Over 300,000 Canadian children visit food banks each month, and Chorus Feeds Kids works directly with organizations in your area to provide nutrition essential to childhood development. Chorus Feeds Kids, generously supported by Denny's. Join the campaign and make a donation at ChorusFeedsKids.com.
Translation: as the German competitors of Hyundai, we are not at all happy. We Japanese feel it is ludicrous to offer a new 2016 Santa Fe Sport with a 5-year warranty and no charge all-wheel drive?
This is absurd!
With 0% financing for up to 84 months, yes, we Americans are seriously miffed.
What do you say?
How does Hyundai do it? The competition just can't figure out how we do it. That's the H Factor. The Hyundai Advantage ends November 2nd. Dealer may sell for less. Visit HyundaiCanada.com for details.
From the AM 900 CHML Weather Center, we're looking at partly cloudy skies overnight. Some showers developing towards morning. We'll have a low of 11 degrees. A mainly cloudy day tomorrow. 40% chance of showers off and on. Windy with a high of 17. Right now it is 15. I'm Paul Tipple. News next at 10 on AM 900 CHML, Hamilton's News Talk Leader.
A new era in Canadian politics. This is Canada Votes 2015 on AM 900 CHML.
We are back. You're listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts on 900 CHML. Bill Kelly, along with our expert panel here in the studio. Henry Jasek, political science professor at McMaster University. John Best, the publisher of the Bay Observer. Sophia Agilonides, of course, former minister in the provincial government, and of course now with Armstrong Strategy Group. And of course, Scott Thompson, Charlotte Thompson in the other studio. We have our CHML team, Oot and Boot, in all the various ridings, of course, because the polls close in 1/2 hour, and we'll start getting some local results about what's happening. But the story right now, if you're just tuning in, is Liberal red in the Maritimes in Newfoundland, and now getting some votes from the eastern townships in Quebec. And the Liberals have won or are leading in 33 seats right now. And you're not seeing any orange, and you're seeing not a whole lot of blue at this stage. And Henry Jasek, I know that you expected this was going to be a strong Liberal showing in the Maritimes, but this is exceeding expectations.
Well, every riding that's come in so far as we could tell, is red. It's Liberals. There's nothing left for anybody else. So from the Maritimes now starting to go into Quebec, I mean, it's just a steamroller. It's really I've sat in on a lot of election nights and commented on a lot of election nights, but so far I've never seen this coming out of the Atlantic Coast this way. At least there's been some seats for some other people in the Atlantic Coast, and they're not here now. So I don't know what I mean. Sooner or later, somebody else has got to win a seat, but it hasn't happened yet. So I don't know what we're going to finally see. But I think, I think we're definitely in majority territory at this point.
We've talked about Hamilton or the Hamilton vote, obviously the GTA vote here in Ontario, and where that's going to go. The seats here, obviously, with a number of NDPers right now. The big question, I guess, Sophia, is does the red wave continue into Quebec and into Ontario?
I think, Bill, we're going to see some surprises. If, like Henry said, we looked at the Atlantic provinces. We knew that it was going to be red, but it is far exceeding even our expectations. If this is the wave, it's definitely coming our way. When you look at our Hamilton ridings, you're right, we have the NDP strongholds, but again, we've got some really outstanding candidates this time around who are giving people a run for their money. I'm looking at, Bob Bertina is front and center in Stony Creek. People love him, and that's going to be a really interesting riding. Wayne is very strong, I know that, and when people meet him, they love him, but Bob has a huge presence there.
All right, 20 more minutes until the polls close here in Hamilton. As we mentioned, our CHML team is at all the riding headquarters, and they'll be going back and forth, and we'll have the winners on, as we usually do. Let's start our roundup of the area ridings in Hamilton Center with CHML's Ted Michaels.
Hamilton Centre is a new riding. It was created in 2003 from parts of Hamilton East, Hamilton West, and Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Aldershot. The riding lost territory to Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas, and gained territory from Hamilton East and Stony Creek in 2012. The riding is huge, now extends from the 403 to Kenilworth and from the escarpment to the harbour. It's been an NDP stronghold since 2003. Provincially, it's also NDP with party leader Andrea Horvath as the MPP. In 2011, the turnout was 54%. The incumbent, NDP David Christopherson, who received 57% of the vote. Facing off against Christopherson this time, independent Maria Anastasio, Michael Baldessaro from the Marijuana Party, Jonathan Rosenstein from the Conservatives, Green Party Representative Ute Schmidt-Jones, Liberal Ann Tenier, and Libertarian Rob Young. With a look at Hamilton Centre, I'm Ted Michaels.
Thanks so much, Ted. Hamilton East Stony Creek, as Sophia was just alluding to, expecting a very tight battle. Here's CHML's Ken Mann.
Hamilton East Stony Creek shapes up as a battle between two high-profile contenders. Wayne Marston has held the seat for the New Democrats since 2006, when the former president of the District Labour Council edged out Tony Valeri and ended a long run of Liberal representation. The Liberals are trying to take the seat back from the popular incumbent through the candidacy of former Mayor Bob Ratina. Both men have name recognition on their side, an advantage that does not necessarily apply to Conservative hopeful Diane Babenko, a 48-year-old small business operator. Well, Marston has represented the riding for a decade, and Ratina is coming off a colorful 4-year run as Hamilton's mayor. This is Babenko's first run at federal politics. Also on the ballot is Aaron Davis of the Green Party, Marxist-Leninist Wendell Fields, and Bob Mann of the Communist Party. Saga involving U.S. Steel and the impact it will have on pensioners as the company is allowed to abandon its responsibilities is a massive issue in the riding. With a look at Hamilton East Stony Creek, I'm Ken Mann.
Thanks so much, Ken. Hamilton Mountain is actually a vacancy. Chris Charlton, who held that seat, did not run for re-election. Hamilton Councillor Scott Duval is attempting to carry on the banner for the NDP, but we're told getting a pretty strong challenge. With all the details on Hamilton Mountain, here's CHML's Jen Watson.
With a mixed demographic from low-income housing to million-dollar homes, the Hamilton Mountain riding is one that has seen representation by all three major parties at one time or another since its formation in 1968. For the last 9 years, Hamilton Mountain has been NDP, but is now without an incumbent since Chris Charlton announced last December that she wouldn't be seeking re-election. In hopes of keeping the federal district orange, Scott Duval is running in her place. Duval, who is a former steel worker, has represented the area as Ward 7 councillor for 9 years. Looking to take the riding back are the Liberals, who held it for 18 years before Charlton, with Beth Finney as MP. Sean Burt is a teacher and volunteers as a coach for the Mount Hamilton Youth Soccer Club. The Conservative candidate, Al Miles, previously ran for Ward 6 public school trustee and is a child and youth worker, as well as the co-founder of Fort Rev Boot Camp. He's also worked at Barton and McNabb secondary schools as a counselor. For the Green Party, Rahim Aman is a Mississauga native and fourth-year undergraduate student at McMaster University, enrolled in honors justice, political philosophy, and law, with aspirations to become an environmental lawyer. With a look at Hamilton Mountain, I'm Jen Watson.
Thanks very much, Jen. The new riding, well, actually, the divided riding that we're looking at over in the west end of the city right now is Hamilton West, Ancaster, and Dundas, a riding that has claimed national and I guess even international attention, maybe for all the wrong reasons in the early days of this campaign. With a report on what's going on there, here's CHML's Sarah Kane.
It will be a rookie MP who takes the seat in Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas. New boundaries in the area have cut out two incumbent MPs, Conservative David Sweet and NDPer David Christopherson. The riding also previously included more of Hamilton Mountain, where Chris Charlton won in 2011. Voters in the Hamilton area will be looking to this riding with particular interest after a political gaffe brought attention to NDP candidate Alex Johnstone. Midway through the campaign, old Facebook comments she had made on a photo of Auschwitz prompted outrage. Johnstone, a public school board trustee, later responded saying she didn't know what Auschwitz was. The question now is whether voters will forget, maybe forgive, or if they will opt for Liberal Philomena Tassi, Conservative Vincent Samuel, or the Greens' Peter Orman. Another consideration is the young population in this area, as the riding includes both McMaster University and Mohawk College. Students coming from other provinces do have the choice to vote in this riding in this election. With a look at Hamilton West, Ancaster, Dundas, I'm Sarah Kane.
Across the bay to Burlington, Mike Wallace, of course, the incumbent there, but again, as we've heard, a strong Liberal challenge. With all the details, let's go to CHML's Bill McDonald.
The riding of Burlington has been Tory blue since Mike Wallace knocked out the Liberal incumbent in 2006. Wallace went on to win by increasing margins in each of the next two federal elections, taking 54% of the vote in 2011. The 52-year-old Wallace is a former member of Burlington and Halton councils. Wallace feels the main issues for Burlington are stable economic stewardship for the country, support for our growing seniors population, and competent leadership in the position of Prime Minister. Rookie Karina Gould is hoping to bring the riding back to the Liberal fold and notes that the provincial riding swung Liberal in 2014. The 28-year-old Oxford-educated international trade consultant formerly worked for the Mexican Trade Commission in Toronto. Gould says the issues she's heard most about are affordable housing for both young adults and seniors, access to better services and options for long-term care, and transit and infrastructure, including upgrading sewage systems to deal with extreme weather events. Also running are David Laird for the New Democrats and the Green Party's Vince Fiorito. With a look at Burlington, I'm Bill McDonald.
Thanks very much, Bill. The newly created riding, Flamborough-Glanbrook, but there's an incumbent in that riding. With all the details, here's CHML's Liz Russell.
Flamborough-Glanbrook is a new electoral riding in Canada after splitting up from the now-defunct Ancaster-Dundas-Flamborough-Westdale. In this riding, there are around 79,000 voters. 15% of that riding's population have already voted at the advanced polls. Provincially, the riding is split amongst two MPPs, Ted McMeekin and Tim Hudak. Candidates for this election include the Green Party's David Urquhart, Liberals' Jennifer Stebbing, and NDP's Mike DeLivio. The current sitting Conservative MP is David Sweet, who has ran the original riding since 2006. Areas of concern that have been voiced to candidates by citizens at a recent debate include the TPP deal in farming, what they will do for farmers in the area, proportional representation, and tuition costs. Taking a look at Flamborough-Glanbrook, I'm Liz Russell.
You are listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
Instant analysis from Studio B. Here's Scott Thompson and Shona Thompson on AM 900 CHML.
Here's your instant analysis. Toronto leading Kansas City 7-2. All right. Well, you know, the polls haven't closed yet, so we've still got lots of time to watch this sort of thing. Shona, we were talking off air how this campaign has changed directions and you know, certainly lots of ups and downs over the course of this campaign. It seemed when it started the mantra was middle class. Everybody was talking middle class, middle class, middle class. And then that sort of subsided, and change sort of seemed to be the mantra that took over the second half of the campaign.
Everybody was changing.
Everybody wants change. We want more change. We have to be changier than the person before. Why do you think change resonated? What did they not like, or what? Well, we're assuming here that the polls are correct, and the Liberals will go on to form at least a minority. But if that is the case, what do you think people wanted changed from Stephen Harper?
It's interesting because Harper obviously was touting his economic record, which was 8 years of deficits. For a reason, but 8 years of deficits.
Yeah.
So he was changing that to a balanced budget. And then we were going to have, you know, we've got Trudeau and we've got Mulcair, and they want, you know, change. One is changier than the other. But I think the real change that that people wanted was Harper.
Why do you think that was? I mean, because, you know, you look back at the last few years, you look at the recession we've come through, lots of people will say Canada was in a pretty good position all through that. What don't people like about Harper? What do they want changed?
I think some of the things that came filtering through, that he was very much in control. Nobody else was allowed to say anything. All the message was controlled by one person and one person only. And, you know, there are some reports and it was inferred that that's one of the reasons why John Baird left, was because he wasn't in the loop, and he was sick and tired of being, you know, told what he had to do.
Does that sort of stuff resonate with voters, though? Are you surprised that does resonate with voters? Because, again, it's not getting back to those three basic things that most people care about when there's an election.
Well, I think certainly when you have three campaigns, arguably four, but predominantly three campaigns, where it is you're talking Trudeau, Mulcair, or Harper. You're not talking about the local candidates, and even the local campaign is all pinned on these three personalities. It is going to come down to a personality contest, despite what I mean. Harper changed towards the end and said, you know, it's not about the personality, it's about the economy, but it still winds up being, in part, about the personality.
Do you think the personality is the change that people are looking for? It's not so much the policy, it's the personality that because I mean, people have never really liked Harper. What we're seeing through in this campaign, we saw in the last campaign. Remember when he took his boy to school and he shook his hand and that was a big deal. And I mean, he's not certainly the warm and fuzzy. He's not the charismatic man that a Trudeau is.
Yeah, even though he took off the tie and the jacket, all of his appearances towards the end.
Puts the sweater on.
I think he even wore a hoodie at one point. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think things like omnibus bills people don't like.
Yeah,
they don't like.
Are you surprised though that kind of thing's resonating with people simply because they don't get that involved in it? Those are bread and butter issues.
I think they just don't like Harper. They've had enough of him. They want to see somebody else in there. And nobody in Canada likes somebody having a dynasty. More than 10 years, you've had your time.
That's very true. All right, back to Studio A and Bill Kelly.
Thanks so much, Scott. Listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts here on 900 CHML. Bill Kelly, along with our expert panel, of course, Henry Jasek, John Best, Sophia Adjinalides. We've got about 8 minutes now until the polls close in Quebec and Ontario, and extrapolating from that in Hamilton. Let's go around the table and talk about what's going to happen locally here in the realm of what's happened on the East Coast. Does it translate into a change here? Sophia, let's start with you about what's going to go on. You already told us that you thought that Burlington was going to be a lot tighter, where Mike Wallace, of course, has been the incumbent there for quite some time. Let's talk about some of Hamilton ridings. The new Flamborough-Glanbrook riding, Hamilton Centre, Hamilton East Stony Creek, Hamilton Mountain, and of course Hamilton, Ancaster, and Dundas. What do you see happening?
Well, you know what, Bill, I'm looking at the new riding and all of the controversy that has been going on there. I think that the Liberals have a very strong lead there. I think that Philomena Tassi is a really strong candidate. So that one will be very interesting to see. I don't know, did you hear that the NDP candidate went away for a trip like this week? I don't know who has time during an election to go and have an educational trip.
Well, that was the fallout from the Auschwitz boondoggle.
But now,
and I guess she went over there to visit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of a candidate leaving to go somewhere right in the middle of a campaign, So, look, I think that Philomena is a very strong candidate there. I think we'll see a Liberal. The other ones, look, Anne Tenney is a very hard worker. She has really been working a long, long time in that riding. I know Dave Christopherson has a very strong hold there, but I think we might be surprised. I think we might be surprised.
What about Hamilton East Stony Creek?
Well, look, I'm a big fan of Bob Bertina's, and always have been and always will be, and my vote is there. I hope he's going to come through. Wayne Marsden's a great guy, but I think that there's change in the air.
John?
I'm pretty much in the same boat. I think we should see a Liberal win in the Ancaster riding. Anne Tenier, in many ways, is the best candidate in terms of her resume of any candidate running in the Hamilton area right now. But I just don't think she can overcome.
That's a big mountain to climb.
It's huge, and you got to remember that Dave Christopherson, when he was a provincial member, he won his seat even when his party was being crushed. So I don't see a change there. I think it's very close in Hamilton East Stony Creek. I drove through the riding, and in terms of lawn signs, Bertina appeared to have the edge. And we're hearing about the mountain. I'm not sure. There's just an overwhelming NDP presence up there when you drive around, but who knows? So I'd say 2, possibly 3.
It has been orange, and as Sophia mentioned, Jack Layton said he wanted Hamilton to be the NDP capital of Canada. And provincially and federally, of course, there's been a very large orange tinge to it. Does that continue tonight, Henry?
Well, I mean, there's a possibility, given the overperformance of the Liberals and how badly the NDP have seemed to been things have been going for them out in the east, even into a little bit of Quebec. I mean, it is quite possible that we may see a dramatic overperformance here in town, and Hamilton was once a Liberal stronghold, and we may go back to good part of that this night. I mean, it is quite possible if we look at the individual ridings. Well, Hamilton West. I mean, a lot of talk was about the NDP candidate, but in my view, she was running third even before that even happened. I mean, and I had heard stories that the party was already pulling away the resources they were putting into it. They had written it off.
But interesting enough, that one time Mulcair came to town, it was to visit her.
That's right. And then after a little while, they just decided she wasn't going to make it after that point. It was interesting. Early on in the campaign, remember August, things were going well for the NDP.
Yeah.
And we're now talking about September. The leaves started falling off the trees, and they were orange leaves falling down. Yeah, maybe if I could put it that way. You know, Ted McMeekin has really been working very hard. He's mobilized his organization behind the Liberal candidate there, Philomena Tassi, and I mean, it's just you know, just absolutely impressive to behold how his organization out there, that Ted's organization is out there, and I just think she ought to be and she's an impressive candidate. I think her charity work is absolutely incredible. I mean, I counted 11 pieces of liberal literature at my door. I don't know about you, but I live in the ridings and I got 11 pieces of literature. Absolutely, that's absolutely mind-boggling. You know, they just work so hard. Then you know Then we look at the three NDP seats. Go to the Hamilton Mountain. One thing that would worry me if I was two things worry me. I've had New Democrats tell me they weren't getting any literature, and this was last week. Now that under Chris Charlton, that would never have happened, but she wasn't getting it. And the other thing that I would worry about as a New Democrat, they had a very bitter contest for the nomination. The Riding Association rejected Chris Charlton's choice for her successor. I think that left a bad taste among a lot of New Democrats, and especially maybe some of the workers up there who work for the party, and for her said, maybe I'm not going to work for the new guy. So listen, there could be a surprise on Hamilton Mountain. If it is, I think that nomination meeting may have told the story up there.
You got about 30 seconds left. What about the East End?
Yeah, in the East End, you know, I think Bob has had to come back from third place, but he may be within striking distance, Bob Bertina, and Hamilton Centre, that'll be the last to go as an NDP's stronghold.
We will do a short break and come back, and when we do come back, the polls will have closed here in Hamilton and in Ontario and Quebec, and the results will just come flooding in. Does the red wave that we saw in the Maritimes continue to wash over Quebec and Ontario? We'll find out in just a few minutes. Stay with us. You're listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
They can't learn to read if they don't know their ABCs. Why should their health be any different? It's time to put down our phones, get on our feet, and show our kids how we used to play. It can start with a game of tag or a jump of the rope. We want to help teach them the skills to make healthy decisions and make play part of their life, for life.
We are the YMCA. We're building stronger, healthier kids. That's why we are here. Join us at ymcahbb.ca.
Heating, cooling, plumbing. We're the technicians from Enercare, and we've got a message that we've got to share. We've got the skills and the expertise to keep your home working in perfect harmony.
And for a limited time only, get great offers on a shiny new furnace at enercare.ca. And that second last part didn't rhyme, but that's because we ran out of time
to write this song.
Enercare.
It's better inside.
A proudly Canadian company.
You're unwell and your doctor says you cannot work. Your insurer denies your long-term disability claim and your doctor advises you to see a lawyer. Who should you call? Call me, Aaron Waxman, 1-844-583-4878, and honestly, there are no upfront legal fees of any kind, and at my law firm, we only get paid when you get paid. Oh, and one more thing. Before you call, you should always remember that there are no bad questions. 1-844-583-4878 or awaxman at awaxmanlaw.ca.
You've gained a few pounds. Don't beat yourself up over it. Now you can continue to hide your body with oversized clothes, or you can shed those extra pounds now at the More Than Weight Loss Wellness Center. Get the support and guidance to succeed. By combining the Ideal Protein Weight Loss Formula with Cheryl and her team's assistance, you could lose up to 25 pounds in just 7 weeks. Call the More Than Weight Loss Wellness Center now for your free consultation. 289-755-0898.
Reshaping Canada's Parliament. You're listening to Canada Votes 2015 on AM 900 CHML.
Welcome back to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts. 900 CHML. I'm Bill Kelly with our expert panel, Henry Jasek, John Best, Sophia Aginalides, with us here in studio. Scott Thompson, Shona Thompson in Studio B, and we'll get some insight from them in just a couple of minutes. The polls are now closed here in Ontario and in Quebec, and this, as we have talked about, panel, is supposed to be the battleground. We expected to see a pretty strong showing from the Liberals in the Maritimes. Sophia, as you talked about, they've exceeded expectations. Right now, we have the Liberals winning or ahead in 33 seats. They only hit 34 in the last Parliament, so there's some kind of wind of change that's blowing across. Does it meet a brick wall at Quebec, or does it continue?
Well, that's what we're going to see, Bill. I would guess that we're going to see it in Quebec and in Ontario. The thing is, because we know as soon as we start going west, it's going to be blue, very strong blue candidates. So this is the place where we're going to see a majority. If we're going to get there, this is the place right here.
The Liberals ahead or leading in, or have won in 33 seats. The Conservative Party in 1. John, the NDP has been essentially wiped out in the Maritimes, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, the Seamus O'Regan win in Newfoundland was one NDP gone, and the other one was in New Brunswick. So yeah, that was a bit of a shock. Just sort of looking ahead to Quebec here. There's only one Quebec race that's reported because it happens to be in the Atlantic time zone, but there's a case of a Liberal taking the seat away from an NDP Orange Crusher. Now, whether that will carry through is hard to say, but there's crazy stuff going on with NDP in Quebec. Like, here's the riding of Shefford, which was won by the NDP by 15,000 votes last time, and the incumbent is not running. Another one in Ville-Marie around Montreal, south of Montreal, another redistributed riding, 5,500 vote plurality for the NDP. They're not running. So there's some, and of course they've had redistribution in Quebec, as we've had here, to add some seats. But what it's really done is it's changed, all of the seats have changed slightly. So, but I mean, some of these NDP victories of 14 and 15,000, it's hard to imagine, even if they're re-elected, it's hard to imagine those kind of pluralities, given the changed circumstances and the new leader.
And I guess, Henry, we have to put some context in this too, and the reason for that orange crush and the big wave that swept through Quebec in the last federal election. Part of it had to do with Jack Layton, to be sure. He's a very charismatic figure and played very well. I know he performed very well in the French language debate. As a matter of fact, that aspect of that debate was one of the key factors, because obviously they talked about referendum in that debate, and Mr. Layton talked about 50% plus 1 is something he would accept. He didn't say that the night before in the English language debate, but it certainly played well in Quebec. The demise of the Bloc, and let's face it, the Quebecois never did warm up to Michael Ignatieff, did they?
No, they certainly didn't.
Well, nobody did, really. But.
Yeah, nobody did, but they certainly didn't. But it just seems, I think here that this is, the extreme volatility of the voters in Quebec. Just imagine where we've gone since 92, where we or 93, when essentially the Conservatives were wiped out there, and the Bloc became the official opposition. So they voted huge numbers in the Bloc. And then slowly that eroded away, and then 2011 they go overwhelmingly for the NDP, which they've never done before. The Quebec electorate is extraordinarily volatile, and they might very well decide this time we're going to paint the whole place red. I mean, they are just it's such a volatile province in terms of their voting habits that a 15,000 vote plurality may mean nothing.
And John, the polls, the Nanos poll that you talked about, of course, also did regional polling on this too. The Conservatives have fallen to third place in Quebec. So, I mean, if there is going to be some disenchantment with that orange crush that they sent through there last time, it doesn't look like they're going to go blue.
No, but we're now starting to get into our time zone, and we're already seeing Here's a seat in Charlevoix in Quebec that now this is with virtually no polls in yet, but we're seeing some blue starting to pop up on the map, and of course the polls are now closed all the way to British Columbia, or pardon me, to Alberta. So there's a couple of blue seats popping up in Saskatchewan, which is also reporting now. So it's, you know, and here's an NDPer that's in Quebec that, with again, very early polling, appearing to start out in front. So we need a few more minutes here to see what's going on in Quebec and Ontario to see just exactly what kind of a wave, if there is a wave, is taking place.
We're going to obviously get some breakdowns on what's happening in some of the local races as well, but as we sit right now, and as John Best already alluded, we're looking at Quebec, Ontario, and parts of Manitoba right now where the polls have closed, so we're going to get results fast and furiously from all of those areas. As it sits right now, the Liberals have won or are leading in 41 seats. They only had 34, I believe, at dissolution last time, 35, I believe it was. The Conservatives are ahead in 6, the NDP in 1, the Green nothing, although there is a possibility, as we were talking with Elizabeth May the other day on the program, Henry, that in Guelph they may actually, Gord Miller, the old environment head for the province of Ontario, is running under the Green banner there, a very popular guy and very popular in that community. It may be a bit of an anomaly, but there's a pretty good chance that he could get elected there. That would be the first time in a long time that we've had a Green outside of British Columbia. Elizabeth May basically is holding the fort out the West Coast now.
Well, he's one of the strongest candidates that's running for any party now. 15 years as the environmental commissioner in Ontario, really excellent. But I just don't think, you know, it's so far the Green Party of Canada has pretty much shown itself to be a one-person party, and I think they have to be hitting the point now. If they don't elect any further party, any other members, they're going to start to disappear. And I'm afraid that, you know, in Guelph, although they got this great candidate, that he's not going to make it. I suspect. I suspect that's going to be a red Liberal seat. That's my expectation.
Liberals leading or are in leading actually in 43 seats right now. The Conservatives in 7, the NDP in 1. And as you say, that is right to the Saskatchewan border right now. Manitoba, Ontario, and Quebec are in play right now. John, let's put this into context for just a couple of seconds. There was a period of time, just a couple of years ago, when the story up on the Hill in Ottawa was the Liberals are dead. The only survival here that these guys have even got a chance of surviving is to blend with the NDP and form a coalition party. You know, what few Liberals are left can tag along there and become members of whatever they're going to call that party. Trudeau resisted that. That talk was even up until about a year and a half ago. There was still talk that the only survival that the Liberals had, the only possibility of survival, was some sort of a merger with the NDP. What has happened in the last 18 to 20 months to make this turn around in such an incredible fashion where you're seeing this showing tonight?
Well, clearly Justin Trudeau has re-energized the party. Let's remember that in those many absences from the House of Commons that he was criticized for, he was out organizing riding associations, and their riding associations were virtually moribund after the last election. There was a tremendous letdown to see the party reduced to 34 seats. He's been out meeting people right across Canada. I mean, he's been to Hamilton several times before the writ was dropped, meeting with Liberals here, and he's got a lot of younger people around him, so you've got more use of technology to organize riding associations, and he's made the difference, not only because of fronting the campaign, but a lot of hard work organizing the riding associations as well.
The old idea, we talked about the setup in the House of Commons, Sophie, and the fact that is that what member of the leader of the third party, he doesn't get a whole lot of time during question period, very little time at all. I guess obviously the decision was made, the strategy was developed to say, look, I can do more good out there than I can in here.
Absolutely, Bill. And you know what? He had a lot of strong Liberal MPs who were already in the House who could take the questions and who could give, great answer. Great questions. I think his time spent out in the ridings is showing, as we're seeing Liberals taking over a lot of places right now. I think what we're looking at as well is, you know, Canadians wanted to see change. They wanted 70% of Canadians wanted some change, and I think there was a moment in this campaign at the beginning where the change was Thomas Mulcair, and Justin Trudeau kept plugging away. He kept working really hard, and I think this long campaign has proven very beneficial to him.
There was a time that the same polls we're talking about now, Henry, that have the Liberals, and we're starting to see that come to fruition now, with a significant lead. They were predicting an NDP majority at one point, and that was obviously early in the campaign. But to Sophia's point, that if 70% wanted change, they were looking at Tom Mulcair.
They were, yes. I think people were looking for a hero, and a hero was defined as somebody who was going to sweep Harper and the Conservatives out of office. And beginning in May with the Alberta election, where the NDP did very well, there was that point that the NDP went up very dramatically and surpassed the Liberals, and they kept that May, June, July into August when the election was called. But I think the more people started to look at Mulcair, he looked stiff. I think particularly looked like he was fragmented on what he was talking about. He was all over the place in September, and he didn't look like the hero that they thought they had. And they went back essentially to a year earlier, where if you looked at the public opinion polls, Trudeau was the hero, was the person that they were going to ride behind, that the people were going to select to get rid of the Conservatives. And so they found their hero, and it looks like they're really far, very strongly behind their hero. And it looks like we may very well have one of the biggest sweeps, maybe the biggest sweep in Canadian election history. I know it's still early, but I think the seeds of it are there. I'm just terribly impressed about riding after riding, the strength of the Liberals, the weakness of the NDP, and the predicted weakness of the Conservatives.
Liberals winning or leading right now in 52 ridings, the Conservatives in 18, the NDP in 5. And don't forget, this is from Ontario, Quebec, and Manitoba. So the numbers are getting rather large rather quickly. But John, the trend continues.
Yes, and we're starting to get possibly an answer to our question about the Orange Crush in Quebec. Here's a riding, Saint-Maurice, where the NDP won this riding by 7,000 votes last time. Now, the incumbent NDPer is not running, but the Liberals are way out in front with 40% of the vote. The New Democrat has 23, the Conservatives 17, and the Bloc 17. So with almost 2,000 votes counted there, it really looks like that's going to be a Liberal takeaway from an NDP that won by 8,000 votes last time. So we need to see a few more to see what's happening, but very indicative of something going on in Quebec.
Sophia, got about a minute and a half left here before you have to break. Let me ask you about the GTA and what's going to happen in the Toronto area. We talked about Hazel McCallion coming out in favor of Justin Trudeau, the Ford brothers, of course, with Stephen Harper, and the impact that may or may not have on this. But those are seats that are critical. You win Ontario, you've got to win Toronto. You've got to win the GTA.
I can tell you, Bill, just even from the signage that's out there, downtown Toronto, Toronto Danforth, there are a lot of Liberal signs. A lot of NDP candidates, of course, are there, but mostly Liberal signs. I think there are a lot of key ridings to watch in Toronto, specifically the Spadina-Fort York. Adam Vaughan, very strong. Olivia Chow, very strong. They've been both campaigning, and it's neck to neck. The Toronto Danforth, it's Craig Scott, who's the incumbent, versus Julie Dambrusen. Julie is the Liberal riding candidate. She's been working extremely hard. That's a riding that can switch. That was Jack Layton's old riding. But there is a lot of red out there.
But it seems as if the close battles that you've just alluded to are Liberal NDP battels.
They are. The ones that I'm speaking about are definitely all.
Stephen Harper spent a lot of time in Toronto.
Not in the areas that in the beaches, in the Toronto Danforth, Broadview area, that he wasn't there.
Back after the break as we continue. Liberals leading in 55, the Conservatives in 24. The NDP in 7. We're back after a short time out. Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
Gauging the pulse of the nation. Here's Rick Zamperin from the AM 900 CHML social media desk.
Polls now closed from Quebec all the way to Ontario and all the way to Alberta as well. Greg Dennis from Toronto tweeting, a red tsunami has washed away those blues in Atlantic Canada. University of Ottawa student Stephen Inglis tweets, I would love to see Trudeau's face right now. Hashtag wave of red. Sandy420 in Peterborough tweeting, looking forward to Ontario results, and those are flying in. Emotion Gelini tweeting that the Jays and Liberals are on the same page tonight. Hashtag come together. A few minutes ago, Chan tweeted, wow, the Blue Jays have more runs scored than the Conservatives have seats. Also on Twitter, Travis Ryan says the feeling at Conservative headquarters right now can probably be best described as the Red Scare. Aaron LaFleur on Twitter. So if the Liberals win, they force another election. How many innings is it? I'm so confused. And another candidate tweet of the night, Les Williams writes, hashtag Harper's new job, president of Trump Canada. Quick update from the Dome. Troy Tulowitzki hit a 3-run homer. Josh Donaldson added a 2-run shot to give the Jays a 9-2 lead over the Royals, going to the top of the 5th in Game 3 of the ALCS. From the Canada Votes 2015 social media desk, I'm Rick Zamperin.
The facts from every angle. This is Scott Thompson and Shona Thompson on AM 900 CHML.
As we've been talking pretty much all night, lots of changes, lots of things happening that were unexpected during this campaign. One thing that was certainly different from past campaigns were the debates and the formats of those debates, and obviously how many got to see them. In the old days, it would be a consortium of television stations that would come together. These would be broadcast across the country. Everyone would get to see. Harper, from what we understand, was probably the instigator of this, that said, no, I don't want to do it this way. I'm favoring more niche kind of debates. Yeah. And we got what we got, which was sort of a mishmash. Some worked, some didn't work so well. Yeah. Do you think that this did the Canadian people any service at all by changing the debates? Or were they at a disservice?
I think it was, on the surface, it's certainly a disservice because, the more information out there, you would think the better it would be. Yeah. If you're confident in your platform, put it out there and debate it and defend it. But I think, I think it played out differently than Harper was thinking it would, because he wasn't able to control it. You've got Elizabeth May, who's not invited to most of the debates, and that's a whole manipulation in and of itself, because he doesn't want people to know that she's a fiscal conservative and not a one-party party. But she's tweeting out, so she's speaking to her base very
at the same time,
and getting a lot more play because she's not there, and she is responding and responding well. She, I thought, performed very well in the debate that she was allowed to be in the McLean debate, and Justin Trudeau. I mean, I think that's where the real switch started to happen, where people were saying, you know what? He's not as ill-prepared as the two other parties would have us believe.
Do you think we'll see a return to the old system with a consortium next election? Do you think or have people thought, you know what, we've taken this away and nobody seems to really care, nobody bothers, so those days are gone for good?
No, you know what I would hope to see is it be on every platform available. Maybe fewer debates, but on every platform available,
including national television.
And so it's there for everybody. Consume it as you will.
Do you think that we will see change next time? Do you think that this will be an issue as much as it was during this campaign?
I don't think it will be, because what I've seen so far is there's really only one person of the major party leaders who really wants to control that message as much.
And funny too, oddly enough, with Stephen Harper, his strongest suit being the economy. And yet that was the one that, he wanted done on a fringe format, which seemed kind of odd at the end of the day, because that would play to a larger audience, you would think.
You would think. But there were so many things that, you would scratch your head when you would hear what was happening. And then, they must have some logic because they're really buying into this kind of an idea. And it turned out to be totally the opposite.
Do you think at the end of the day anybody cared? Do you think the voters, viewers, It doesn't matter if it's not on every TV station to me. I couldn't care less. I'll watch the abbreviated versions on the clips or on the internet, on the news, what have you.
I think that's exactly what a lot of people do. Again, you're going to consume that information in the way you're going to consume it, and it's available in more ways now than ever before.
Are you saying that nobody sits through an entire debate anymore and watches it other than us?
We don't sit through an entire television program anymore.
Maybe that's the key. Just PVR everything and whip through the parts that you like and so on that you don't. Exactly. Yeah. Are you surprised at how each performed during the debates? Are you surprised that that obviously as time went on, Trudeau seemed to find his way?
You know, I was reading a column by Chantal Hébert, columnist with the Toronto Star, and she said, you know, Trudeau has surprised even his handlers by growing into the job faster than they thought that he would.
Good point. All right, Scott Thompson along with Shona Thompson. We'll now throw it back to Bill Kelly in Studio A.
Thanks so much, Scott. You are listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML. Bill Kelly along with our panel, Henry Jasek, John Best, and Sophia Adjelanides. The polls have been closed now for about 20 minutes here in Ontario and Quebec and in Manitoba. As it stands right now, the wave that we saw happening in the East Coast and the Maritimes is starting to continue now, and we have the Liberals ahead by a considerable margin in a number of different seats. We're starting to get some local numbers here. Those are always a little bit slower coming in, and only one or two polls of reporting so far. And in Hamilton Centre, David Christopherson with a slight lead over Antenier. Nothing from Hamilton East Stony Creek as of yet. Scott Duval in the, again, only one poll reporting, has a slight lead. The Liberals right now 74 seats, the Conservatives at 40, the NDP at 10. And the story behind the story oftentimes, John Best, is percentage of the vote. And I know that you've been tracking that too, and that's quite a story in and of itself about the switch in votes, the people that voted one party in one direction 5 years ago and now have decided that they're going to throw their support someplace else. I guess they were just not just talking the talk, but they're walking the walk when they said they want to change.
Well, the numbers are very deceiving right now because it's showing the Liberals with over 70% of the popular vote, but the Tory strongholds have not been heard from yet. So you can't draw too much of a conclusion. I think you can certainly draw some conclusions with the Liberals basically clearing the table in the Maritimes. That certainly bodes well, and there's a couple of seats that they're leading in Quebec where they did not win last time. Beyond that, and there's also a seat in northwestern Ontario that they're leading in, and again, that was one that they didn't have. So we'll see. It's just, you know, we just need to see a little more color on these maps, and I suspect that'll be coming pretty fast now.
The battle in Ontario here is, we've talked about Quebec considerably. Let's talk a little bit, Henry, about what's happening here in Ontario with the voter turnout. I mean, you know, when you get polling done, and that's done, of course, on a broad-based method, but it's really where the support lies that's going to determine the success or failure of a political party. It's one thing to say, for instance, the popular support for the Liberals, for instance, is significantly high in Ontario right now. But you've got to be in those population centers where the seats are, or it's just not going to translate into seats and ultimately into the kind of results that you want to see.
Yeah, well, it's very important where your votes are distributed. There's a concept called voter efficiency, that is how well a party can turn its popular vote into seats. Now, traditionally, we've generally thought of the Liberals as really having a trouble there, that they don't convert their popular vote as well as the Conservatives and the NDP. But of course, if the Liberals are getting a high number, probably it doesn't matter at that point. But in general, they're not nearly as efficient, and so they come in and have strong second-place showings in a lot of places, unless they're getting above that 40% level, and they're certainly above that 40% level now. So it really may not matter. So if they're in first place, they'll get the seats and they'll get the turnout. Just would point out for people to have a feel for, last year in Ontario, or last election in Ontario, we had a turnout of 61.5%. So almost 40% of the people who were polled actually don't vote. So with polls, you're hoping you're getting a representative sample of the people who actually vote.
But they all say they're going to.
Yeah, they all do.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna vote. Oh yeah.
Good. They have good intentions. Some people say they lie. I don't think they lie. I just think people have good intentions, and somehow they get just a little too busy on election day, and they didn't quite make it.
Well, the Jays are winning 9-2. Maybe that's where some of those votes are in the Toronto area, because I know the Rogers Centre is full right now. That's the other story that we're following here tonight, and that may be the only blue wave that we see, Sophia. We'll see what happens in the Toronto area. But it's always fascinating to see how the polls translate into actual votes.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'm looking at Markham right now. This is Paul Calandra's riding. He is the incumbent, the Conservative incumbent, and right now we've got the Liberals leading in that riding, which...
Now, that's Mark Holland, isn't it?
No.
No,
that's okay. That's the riding beside it.
He's running in Ajax, I think.
Yeah, Ajax Pickering.
Against Alexander,
Yeah.
cabinet minister.
And Mark Holland, of course, held that seat for a number of years and lost it in 2006, and he's the Liberal candidate once again. So it's not as if it's a new face there. That's somebody that people in that area know.
It'll be very interesting to watch. There's a lot of ridings to watch right now in Toronto. Scarborough Southwest, we've got Bill Blair. He's leading by only 59 votes. He's got 49% of the vote. The incumbent there is Dan Harris. This one's a pretty, there's a lot of NDP support in that riding, so it'll be interesting to see that one.
We're going to talk as we go through some of these Ontario votes. We only have about a minute left in this segment, but when we come back after the news, about some of the key people, Henry. I mean, there were cabinet ministers that we've talked about. You mentioned Chris Alexander. Julian Fantino, another name that that people are saying this may well be Mr. Fantino's last night as an MP. That they're actually in a dogfight for their seats. We'll check that out, of course, when we go back on the other side. And some clarity in some of the Hamilton races as well. We've only got 1 or 2 polls reporting in those ridings right now. Right now the incumbents, where there are incumbents, seem to have slight leads. But obviously we've got a long way to go. We are back after the break. You're listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
You took a risk.
You beat the odds.
You're a successful business owner.
Now get yourself a business credit card and stop using your personal credit card for business expenses. The RBC Business Avion card will allow you to do just that and more. Help establish and build credit history for your business and make accounting easier by tracking your business expenses separately. Apply today and get 20,000 welcome points. Visit an RBC branch or rbc.com/ybusiness. Some conditions apply.
I'm Dario Bernard. I never thought I would be separating from my spouse, much less needing a lawyer. After going through 2 lawyers, I realized I couldn't afford this process. A friend of mine directed me to Sandra Magic. Sandra was the first lawyer who asked me what I wanted, didn't make false promises, and worked within my financial means. Sandra treated my problems as if they were her own, and saved me the cost of a $50,000 trial. By negotiating a settlement, don't take chances with your future. Call Sandra Magic at Ford Justice Law Firm.
W Network's smash hit series Hockey Wives is back, and the new recruits have arrived. Like Angela Price, wife of Canada's goalie Carey Price.
If you're the jealous kind, this life would be a nightmare for you.
And pop singer Keisha Shante.
Trade day, you're on edge.
And returning favorites like Doreen DeWolf and Mary-Pierre Morin.
Do I want to give up on everything I've been working on for so long?
As the compelling stories continue for the women behind some of hockey's biggest stars. Hockey Wives, a new season premieres Wednesday, October 28th at 10 p.m. on W Network.
Get outside and enjoy all of nature's wonders at Royal Botanical Gardens, right in the heart of Hamilton and Burlington. 27 kilometers of scenic nature trails are alive with color and wildlife, with courses and programs for gardeners, nature lovers, artists, health and wellness enthusiasts, families, and more. RBG has you covered. They're also your destination for weddings, birthday parties, and corporate events of all sizes. Royal Botanical Gardens is the place to get outdoors this fall, right in your backyard. Visit rbg.ca for more information.
It's Kelsey's 12 Under 12 event with 12 entrees under $12.
From October 19th to November 1st, enjoy 6 entrees like the ultimate double-stacked bacon cheeseburger and fries, or 10-piece classic wings for just $11.99, and 6 items only $9.99, like our messy fish sandwich and fries. Plus, when you buy a kicked-up 23-ounce Molson Canadian for $9.99, score a collectible Team Stick bottle opener.
12 hockey players on the ice, 12 reasons to make your way to Kelsey's for the 12 entrees under $12 event until November 1st. Taxes extra, must be legal drinking age, no purchase necessary.
It's coming. Some of the worst weather Canada has to offer. Fortunately, Nissan can help.
Conquer all conditions with Nissan's no-charge intuitive all-wheel drive system on select Rogue, Pathfinder, and Juke models. Or lease a 2016 Rogue from just $281 a month with 0 down and 1.99% APR for 60 months. No wonder Nissan is Canada's fastest-growing automotive brand, based on full-line brands on 12-month year-over-year rolling unit sales. Hurry! Offer ends November 2nd. See your Nissan retailer or choose Nissan.ca.
You're listening to AM 900 CHML, a Chorus Entertainment radio station. Stream Hamilton's news talk leader online at 900CHML.com. Your number one choice for news. This is Hamilton's news talk leader, AM 900 CHML.
It's 10 o'clock. Good evening. I'm Paul Tipple. We're looking at partly cloudy skies overnight with some showers on the way tomorrow. Right now, it is 15 degrees, and it's not quite Trudeau-mania, but it's close. The Trudeau Liberals are heading to an election win this evening. It is just a matter of whether it is a minority or majority. CTV News is predicting the Conservatives will be the official opposition, with the New Democrats slipping back into third-party status. Locally, the polls closed at 9:30 this morning, so we are now just waiting for the results to come in. We do have some for Scott Duvall. He is leading on the Hamilton Mountain. Dave Christopherson is leading in Hamilton Center. Still waiting for the results of the other local ridings. Stay tuned to AM 900 CHML. We will have them for you when they are available. It was a massacre out in Atlantic, Canada, where the Liberals were elected in all 32 ridings. Among the Conservative incumbents who have been shown the door, the region's 2 reps in the federal cabinet, Bernard Valcourt in northern New Brunswick and Gail Shea in Prince Edward Island. The New Democrats have also been punished at the hands of the Liberals, with incumbents Peter Stouffer and Megan Leslie falling in Nova Scotia. The Liberals were expected to do well in that region. Back in the 93 election, they won 31 of 32 seats, with Jean Chrétien led the party back to power, but tonight's results are beyond the expectation of most observers. Here in Ontario, the Liberals are widening their lead as more ballots are counted in vote-rich Ontario, with only a handful of counted so far, though the Liberals are leading in 32 of the province's ridings. The Progressive Conservatives are trailing with 22. The NDP, which had hoped to gain ground in this province, are leading in just 6. Ontario has the most seats in Parliament, 121. The early results from Quebec do not bode well for the New Democrats, who won the lion's share of the seats in the 2011 election. This time the Liberals are leading in 23 ridings so far, compared to 7 for the Conservatives and just 3 for the New Democrats. The Bloc is leading in 1, and with only a couple of polls reporting, NDP leader Tom Mulcair is slightly trailing in his own Montreal riding. So far, it is the Liberals elected or leading in 130 seats, the Conservatives 83, the NDP 19, the Bloc 4. The election is continuing. The polls are now just closing in British Columbia. The voting there will begin counting very shortly. So within the next few minutes or so, we will likely know whether we are facing a majority or minority Liberal government. The Liberals are the winners in tonight's election, though. Stay tuned to AM 900 CHML. We will continue to bring you the results immediately following this newscast. The Canadian Chamber of Commerce didn't wait for the election results to give advice to the next government, though. It's already asking the federal government to implement a series of initiatives, including changes to the Canada Pension Plan and the adoption of a national carbon tax. The business organization, which represents chambers and boards of trade across the country, says the policy changes were part of 49 resolutions adopted at its annual meeting over the weekend. Some other news this evening. There is a new plan taking shape in the city's war against bedbugs.
Manager of Investment in Affordable Housing, David Brodati, has presented the Board of Health with a 3-year strategy that aims to transition from crisis mode to management of the problem. He stresses there is no one magic bullet.
Investing in supports for vulnerable residents, implementing IPM treatment, public education, monitoring, and advocacy is the best approach to managing bedbugs.
Bedbug complaints have increased more than tenfold over the past decade. City Housing Hamilton Chair Chad Collins adds that up to 60% of its units are infested.
It is trending in the wrong direction in all areas.
Reasons are said to include more worldwide travel and pesticide restrictions. Public health strategy needs more than $1 million in capital funding over the next 3 years. Ken Mann, AM 900 CHML News.
And from the Health Files, a new review of recent evidence is suggesting parents don't need to delay introducing foods that commonly cause allergies, like peanuts.
The review in today's Canadian Medical Association journal states parents of 4 to 6 month old babies can begin introducing the foods instead of waiting until their children are 12 to 36 months old. And once the potentially allergenic foods have been introduced, it's important the baby continue to eat them on a regular basis, or the experts say an allergy could develop. The review advises parents to visit an allergist if there's a history of allergies to things like cow's milk, eggs, wheat, and fish in the family. Don Kelly, The Canadian Press, Toronto.
Well, let's recap on the election results. The Liberals have been elected or are leading in 137 seats so far. They need 170 to form a majority. They will form a minority government this evening. The Conservatives will be the official opposition. They have 86 seats to the New Democrats 21. The Bloc with 5. So far, the Green Party has no seats with being elected. Locally now, Hamilton Centre, Dave Christopherson is leading. On the mountain, it is the NDP's Scott Duvall. Liberal former Mayor Bob Ratina is leading in Hamilton East Stony Creek. Wayne Marston is the incumbent there. And Philomena Tassi is leading in the new riding of Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas. In David Sweet's new riding, the Conservative David Sweet, Flamborough Glenbrook, he is leading the Liberals' Jennifer Stebbing at this point with just 6 of 215 polls reporting. Again, we will have a Liberal minority government for certain, at least that's what most believe. Now there is projections it could be a Liberal majority, and we'll likely know within the next hour or so. Stay tuned to AM 900 CHML as our election coverage continues. Our forecast is next.
Hassle. Even the word itself is annoying. Hassle. Who wants it? Especially when it comes to something as important as renovating your kitchen. So how do you avoid it? Turn to someone who specializes exclusively in kitchens. Emerald Kitchens and Design. With on-staff design specialists and experienced craftsmen, they'll take the hassle out of renovating your kitchen and deliver on time, on budget. Emerald Kitchens and Design in Burlington and Hamilton, and online at emeraldkitchens.ca. Emerald Kitchens, creating real gems.
Tornado on the ground!
Let's move, let's move.
Holy Meet Greg, Chris, and Ricky, the stars of CMT's brand new show, Tornado Hunters.
Oh my God!
These 3 guys have one simple plan: chase down the most violent tornadoes on the planet.
Holy cow, look beside that!
We ended up in the air.
If they can keep 4 wheels on the ground, these 3 friends are going to turn their passion for storm chasing into one hell of a way to make a living.
Whoa!
Tornado Hunters. New episode Sunday at 9 p.m. only on CMT.
From the AM 900 CHML Weather Center, we're looking at partly cloudy skies overnight. Some showers developing as we head towards morning. A low tonight of 11 degrees. A cloudy day tomorrow. 40% chance of showers. Windy and a high of 17. Right now, it is 15. I'm Paul Tipple. News next at 11 on AM 900 CHML, Hamilton's News Talk leader.
This is Canada Votes 2015 on Hamilton's News Talk leader, AM 900 CHML.
Welcome back. You are listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML. I'm Bill Kelly, along with our expert panel, of course. Henry Jasek, John Best, Sophia Adjan-Lanides are with us. Starting to get some local results right now. In Hamilton East Stony Creek, Bob Ratina with a very slight lead over Wayne Marsden. Scott Duvall looks pretty comfortable up on Hamilton Mountain. Philomena Tassi in Ancaster with a relatively safe lead. David Sweet ahead in his riding, and it's starting to look as if the incumbents are going to be okay. Hamilton East Stony Creek still to come. But let me go back to our panel about this. By the way, just to give you an update on the national numbers before we bring the rest of them in here, the Liberals, as it stands right now, have elected 32, are leading in 114 for a total of 146. The Conservatives have elected nobody at this stage, but are leading in 87. The NDP obviously have not elected anybody at this stage. They are leading in 20. 146 for the Liberals right now. The polls, by the way, are now closed right across the country from BC, from coast to coast to coast, as they say. Let's start with Sophia and your impressions of what you're seeing locally and nationally.
Well, when you look at Quebec specifically, there's definitely a huge red presence. They are winning polls, and they're not all close, but definitely there's a lot of red in Quebec. And Ontario is still, too close to call. I think there are some very interesting ridings, Bill.
John?
Just with Quebec, there's several seats where the Liberals have taken seats back from the NDP. Right now, the NDP only have about 6 seats in Quebec that they're elected or leading in. So the orange crush has come to a screeching halt, and so far the Liberals are the beneficiary. The Tories are quite resilient. They only had 7 or 8 seats before the writ, and they're elected and leading in approximately that number now in Quebec. So they're holding their own for sure. Ontario, we haven't seen a lot in as they call it, vote-rich Southern Ontario. We just got some very preliminary results, and but right now they're hanging on, the Tories, to most of the rural ridings in Southern Ontario, and then you see these red patches when you get to the urban areas where there's NDP and Liberal coming back. So that's kind of the normal way of life in Ontario. And then when you get over to the Toronto area, of course, there's a sea of red there. So no surprise that at this moment, at least, the Liberals are sitting with 154 seats. We still got 65 ridings to hear from. So the question is, can they take 16 out of the next 65 ridings as we move across the country?
That rural-urban split, though, that you talked about, Henry, seems to be coming up again.
That's right, and the Conservatives are somewhat resilient in those rural areas. I think basically the story is, though, in the urban areas, the switch from people who supported the NDP 4.5 years ago are now supporting the Liberals, and it's going to be interesting to see how we do it here. Maybe a couple of the NDPers will hang on. I think we're going to have a real horse race in Hamilton East Stony Creek, where maybe Bob Bertina will come up and take that away from the NDP. We have about 6 or 7 other ridings that are too close to call in the area. In the neighborhood, we have about 4 provincial cabinet ministers. All of them are not shoo-ins, according to the polls early on. So they're all going to have a fight. Yet none of them have show any signs of being defeated. But we'll have to keep a watch on those areas, those ridings as well.
And Bill, in Spadina, Fort York, Adam Vaughan has won that riding handily. He's got almost 60% of the vote. Olivia Chow had 22%. So
Vaughan, the incumbent, of course.
Well, yes, but he was seen, at least in the early going, as in real trouble. And this is a new riding, but when you extrapolate the results of the last election over this new riding, the NDP won it by almost 8,000 votes. So this is a big win for Adam Vaughan, and very likely to see him being sworn into cabinet, I think.
I got that sense as well. We talked about the promises that the Liberal government or Mr. Trudeau had made during the campaign panel, and he talked a lot about investing in cities and in infrastructure and especially in things like transit. And Adam Vaughan almost seemed to be the poster boy for that, because obviously that's a very Toronto-centric policy. I know Mayor Tory in Toronto was very much in favor of that, but Vaughan was really the guy that was carrying the banner for that, wasn't he, Henry?
That's for sure, and the cities are going very dramatically, I think, for the Liberals. It's that flip-flop, certainly of Conservative votes. The riding that Adam Vaughan is winning also has been changing over time. There's a lot of condos going in, and a lot of those upper middle class young people moving in are not New Democrats. They're not like the people who used to live there. They have Liberal sympathies. So a lot, the downtown Toronto area is going through a demographic change and a political change that probably is going to make it harder and harder for the New Democrats in any normal year to hold out against the Liberals.
And Adam Vaughan, of course, a former Toronto City Councillor and a former broadcaster, and his father, of course, Colin Vaughan, a great broadcaster that covered Queen's Park for many, many years. So there's a heritage there with that. But you, Sophia, you predicted a number of close races in the Toronto area.
Yeah, it's still too close to call for Toronto Danforth, but Adam is such a strong personality, strong character. He's loved by many Torontonians, but I have to admit that I actually thought it would be a lot closer, especially with Olivia. She's got, like I said, a lot of support and a lot of help on the campaign trail. So I'm really happy for Adam. But like I said, it's a bit of a surprise that it's so large.
In the local area, Diane Finley, of course, in Haldimand, 2,340 votes. Lise Mouland, of course, 1,836 as the Liberal candidate, and Harris at 698. starting to pull away just a little bit, and there was some concern about Diane Finlay holding on to her seat. But so far, with only about 12 or 13 polls reporting in Haldeman, it looks as if she's got a safe lead to this point anyway. Hamilton Mountain, Hamilton City Councillor Scott Duval with a comfortable lead up there. Hamilton East Stony Creek, as we said, Bob Bertina with a slight lead over Wayne Marsden. We must caution you, though, that there's only a few polls that have reported in this so far. So we have a long way to go here locally with some of these races. David Christopherson with 466, and Tenier at 347. That's only 5 polls out of 200 reporting, though. So clearly, Henry, these are preliminary numbers, but can we extrapolate trends from these?
Well, I think certainly it looks like Hamilton Center's, the safest of the NDP seats, followed by Hamilton Mountain. So there's 2 seats the NDP could feel good about, but I think they're probably very worried now about what's happening out at Hamilton East Stony Creek, and they haven't made any inroads on any other seats in the area. We have one riding that'd be interesting to hear about is the Niagara Center, which is an NDP riding, which people think is under attack.
We can try to get some of those numbers when we come back after the break. Glad you're with us tonight. Canada Votes, the 2015 election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, here on 900 CHML.
What is trending on election night? Here's Rick Zamprin from the AM 900 CHML social media desk.
Well, as you know, polls now closed across Canada tonight. The last polls closing in BC at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. CHML's Roy Green taking to Twitter just moments ago. Mulcair trailing early in count at his Outremont, Quebec City riding. Kevin Menzel tweeting, so can we dump the crap out of TPP now because that's just as toxic as Harper? Political cartoonist Michael de Adder tweeting another bat flip cartoon, this one showing Liberal leader Justin Trudeau tossing Stephen Harper in the air, and 2 more candidates for tweet of the night. This one from Down Goes Brown. Canadians voted Liberal today because last night the Colts showed us that having everyone shift to the right just makes you look super dumb, referring to last night's football game between Indianapolis and New England that included a weird punt formation. The other is from Y. Shawnee Meist, who tweeted, at PM Harper, might want to flip the P and M in that Twitter handle. A quick update from Rogers Center. Troy Tulowitzki, Josh Donaldson, Ryan Goins, all hitting home runs as the Blue Jays lead the Royals 10-4 in the bottom of the 6th in Game 3 of the ALCS. From the Canada Votes 2015 social media desk, I'm Rick Zamprin.
Instant analysis from Studio B. Here's Scott Thompson and Shona Thompson on AM 900 CHML.
Looks like we are on our way to a liberal minority and possibly a liberal majority. Would anybody have seen this coming 6-8 months ago? I mean, here's a party relegated to third-party status, literally lost all of its mojo, and bam! Look where it's come back to. Look what it's come back to do.
I don't think a week ago people were really willing to call a majority. And like it's 169.
Yeah.
He's 1 riding shy of majority.
Unbelievable.
I was saying before that, liberal pundits were going to be happy if they just got into official opposition status.
Yeah.
They must be doing back handspring.
And quite the opposite for the NDP. I mean, here was a party that was the official opposition for the longest time. Many thought that Mulcair did a fabulous job as leader of the opposition. And now, bang, relegated back to where the Liberals once were.
He may lose his own seat. He's trailing the Liberals in his own riding.
What a surprise. It's amazing how things have shaken down. Surprised there weren't more local issues come out in this campaign, especially with something going down as big as U.S. Steel as we've seen. Was this an opportunity for the NDP to jump and make some points?
I certainly think it should have been. If in a certain demographic, if you can't make points on pensions, and I'm just surprised that it wasn't picked up. I think that's an election issue that would have resonated across this country.
Do you think that this is something that will resonate with Hamiltonians and how they will vote tonight as a result of all this? Perhaps not getting involved as much as they should have.
Oh, I think it's certainly come into play in Hamilton East Stony Creek. I know when Bob Bertina was mayor of the city of Hamilton, he was very active on the U.S. Steel file, and I know he's going to champion that cause. It's very near and dear to his heart. He has family members who've worked there, he knows so many of the retirees there that are facing in this situation, and I know he was one of the people who really wants to see this secret deal opened up.
Yeah, interesting too. When we had Christopherson on the show, it was all about postal issues. Then it was, you know, returning postal delivery to the 1/3 of Canadians that still received it at that point. It seems odd that they would jump on that to try to resonate with voters locally, because it was obviously a very hot local issue, and not the U.S. Steel issue.
Yeah, I think for a certain demographic, younger demographic, they're wondering why people are talking about the mail, because they never use it anyway. So.
Well, and you know, that was a very valid point. Does that sort of thing resonate with young voters? And again, you're really catering only to 1/3 of the population that was receiving it anyway. 2/3 of the population doesn't. At the end of the day, how do you think Canada's going to feel tomorrow when they wake up and could possibly have a liberal majority? Everybody wanted change. Not enough change to bring in an NDP government, but certainly enough change to bring in a Liberal government.
Well, I think it goes back to that poll I was referring to earlier this evening, where they were taking a look at 2/3 of the people who define themselves as left of center, and they wanted change, so they decided to go with a lot of change and in one direction, and that direction was red.
All right, Scott Thompson along with Shona Thompson in Studio B. Let's head back to the panel and Bill Kelly.
Thanks so much, Scott. Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts. Here on 900 CHML, Bill Kelly with Henry Jasek, John Best, Sophia Aginolides in this studio. As we sit right now, the Liberals are elected or leading in 175. The Conservatives elected or leading in 94. The NDP elected or leading in 22. And Sophia, as you predicted when we came on the air at 7 o'clock tonight, that's majority government territory.
Yeah, it looks like it. Let's wait until all the polls are. We've got all the numbers in. I'm looking at the Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas one. It looks like definitely Philomena Tassie's got that. She's in a huge lead. She's got a 46% right now. So these local ridings are telling a story as well.
Scott Duval, 66.56. Sean Burt, second place for the Liberals at 53.96. And Al Miles, the Conservative, at 43.64. Philomena Tassie, as you alluded to, 35.42. Vincent Samuel in second place with 2,095. Alex Johnstone at 1,436. Diane Finley in Hollywood, Norfolk at 3,600. Joan Mouland at 3,000, about 500 and some odd vote differential there. Looks like Diane Finley's in pretty good shape. I don't know that a whole lot's going to change. I guess the riding, David Christopherson, by the way, comfortably ahead in the Hamilton Centre, 939, and Tenier at 651, and the Conservative candidate at 347. So, Henry, I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of change, except it looks as if Hamilton East Stony Creek is still in play.
Yeah, that is the right now that of the whole area. That's the one that's the interesting one, the one that is going to be the surprise or show a change in what
you
we
got
might have
Bob
expected.
Martino right now with 1,083 and Marsden at 681.
Wow, that's a big lead for Bob Martino at this point, and the Liberals. So that's a big surprise. I mean, even people who thought he might win probably didn't think that it'd be that big at this point. So yeah, that's a very interesting one. There's some other ones a little farther out in Halton, and there's that might want to pay attention to. There may be some things going on out there. Brantford, Brant, and in that area as well. Also too close to call. But Burlington, Milton, too close to call. So they may produce some surprises. But so far, the only surprise we have is the one on Hamilton East Stony.
Former Toronto Chief of Police Bill Blair, a Liberal, elected in Scarborough Southwest.
Right.
One of the star candidates for the Trudeau team, John Best, and it looks as if he's going to head up to Ottawa.
For sure, and that again was a riding that looked like it was going to be a tough one for him. He was predicted to be in tough, even partway, halfway through the election. So. Things have come together for him as well. The Liberals are doing well in the Ottawa area ridings. The only riding that'll stay Conservative will be the riding of Carleton, which has been a massive Conservative stronghold anyway. Be interesting to see how Mr. Dewar, the NDP longtime member in Ottawa, is doing, because I don't see any orange there. I only see red. So Paul Dewar. So we may want to check that one out as soon as we can.
Well, I would just put that the riding is held provincially by the Liberals, by Yasser Naqvi, who went to McMaster, has 2 McMaster degrees. He's a very up-and-coming cabinet minister in the provincial government.
And you can truthfully say that you taught him everything he knows.
Well, he didn't suffer by me teaching him. I taught him, of course, in provincial politics, but he succeeded in provincial politics nonetheless. But in any event, he worked very hard up in the Ottawa area, particularly in his own riding. So he may have a hand in essentially turning that riding over from the NDP to the Liberals. We always look at those ridings that might be of one party at the provincial level, another party at the federal level. Those are very unstable ridings, because they show you that there's at least two important parties that are in that same riding that have important support bases, and that's where we often look for some instability. So, we'll have to keep an eye on Ottawa Centre. That would be a big takeaway for the Liberals from the NDP, because that was one of their, more senior members of the caucus, particularly from Ontario.
Peter Kent re-elected in Thornhill. Peter Kent, of course, actually a former environment minister in the Harper government, who fell out of favor with the Prime Minister because I guess he actually made some comments about things like global warming, etc., that the Prime Minister didn't really warm up to. But I guess he's going to be on the back benches now, but at least he is re-elected as Conservative. Peter Kent, of course, longtime broadcaster for the CBC.
He'll have a lot less work to do now because he'll be on the other side of the House. Ottawa Centre, we talked about Paul Dewar, the NDP member who's been there for several terms. His mother was mayor of Ottawa.
And an MP in Hamilton.
Yeah.
Mary Dewar ran on Hamilton Mountain.
She represented Hamilton Mountain. Right now, he's sitting in second place with 35% of the vote. It's still fairly close, but right now the Liberal Kathleen McKenna, who was seen as a star candidate, is looking like she could be on her way to winning that seat. Mm-hmm. So there's another takeaway from the NDP, and
pretty big takeaway.
Pretty significant takeaway, because he was certainly seen as that he was one of the stronger members of that caucus. There's no question. So, which probably explains why the NDP are sitting with less than 30 seats across the country right now. They've lost most of what they gained in Quebec. They're losing a lot of what they had, or they've lost 2 seats here in Ontario, and it's just not a very good night for Mr. Mulcair and his group.
Not at all. I mean, especially with Mr. Mulcair suggesting last week that he only needed 35 more seats. He may not get 35 seats, period, in this Parliament as it looks right now. As we go to break, the Liberals have been elected or leading in 177. The Conservatives elected or leading in 97, and the NDP elected or leading in 22. We'll go to break and come back in just a couple of minutes. You are listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
It's Kelsey's 12 Under 12 event with 12 entrees under $12.
From October 19th to November 1st, enjoy 6 entrees like the ultimate double-stacked bacon cheeseburger and fries, or 10-piece classic wings for just $11.99, and 6 items only $9.99, like our messy fish sandwich and fries. Plus, when you buy a kicked-up 23-ounce Molson Canadian for $9.99, score a collectible Team Stick bottle opener.
12 hockey players on the ice, 12 reasons to make your way to Kelsey's for the 12 entrees under $12 event until November 1st. Taxes extra, must be legal drinking age, no purchase necessary.
Kids today spend a lot of time indoors, in front of screens, and being inactive. Rediscover the great outdoors and connect with nature through the Get to Know contest. Whether you like to hike, play an outdoor sport, or just explore your own backyard, youth 19 years and younger are invited to share their outdoor experiences for a chance to win some wild prizes. To enter, go to getknow.ca. Get outside and enjoy all of nature's wonders at Royal Botanical Gardens, right in the heart of Hamilton and Burlington. 27 kilometers of scenic nature trails are alive with color and wildlife, with courses and programs for gardeners, nature lovers, artists, health and wellness enthusiasts, families, and more. RBG has you covered. They're also your destination for weddings, birthday parties, and corporate events of all sizes. Royal Botanical Gardens is the place to get outdoors this fall, right in your backyard. Visit rbg.ca for more information.
How can you make your income last a lifetime? With more, here's Andy Lister and Don Fox of the Investors Group.
In retirement, Canadians rely on pensions and savings to cover their expenses.
No one knows for sure just how long they'll need those savings to last.
And can make mistakes, like not investing wisely.
Or withdrawing too much money.
We can help you understand where you are today
and determine if changes are needed in order to make your income last your lifetime.
Get started on your plan today. Call 905-529-7165.
Non-stop election coverage. This is Canada Votes 2015 on AM 900 CHML.
Bill Kelly with you here. Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts here on 900 CHML. With our panel, of course, with Sophia Agilanidis, John Best, and Henry Jasek. As we sit here right now at 10:30, the polls have been closed across the country for an hour now. Well, in different parts of the country, but they're all just counting now, gang. There's nobody else that's still voting. We have the Liberals elected or leading in 179, the Conservatives elected or leading in 98, the NDP elected or leading in 21, and the Bloc, by the way, 9 seats. So they did have an impact, John Best, in the Quebec outcome.
Yes, because even where they didn't win seats, they would have taken votes away from other parties, most notably the NDP, who took so many votes and so many seats away from them in the last election. So clearly the Bloc was a factor, and to the detriment of the NDP in Quebec. I mean, really what you're looking at now, 181 to 96 to 24. This is to coin an old presidential phrase, is kind of a return to normalcy. This is the way the three parties typically stacked up, with either the Liberals or the Tories being the one that had the 181. This is a lot like the last, with the exception of the last decade. This is a lot like the last 30 years, really.
Yeah, it's a lot like the time when Justin Trudeau's father was in. This is a type of election where you could imagine that it's Pierre Trudeau leading the Liberal Party, and maybe Ed Broadbent leading the NDP, and some Conservative leading the Conservative Party. And these are the kinds of numbers. Yeah, or yeah, somebody else. But it's the kind of numbers you would expect it in the you know, the later 60s and through the 70s and maybe the early 80s.
How serendipitous, though, Sophia, that as it looks like we're heading to a substantial Liberal majority government at this stage, and Justin Trudeau to be the Prime Minister of this country on this, the 94th anniversary of his father's birth. This is Pierre Trudeau's birthday today, something which I'm sure is not lost on Trudeau the Younger as he sits there and watches these results tonight.
I think not only to the young Trudeau, but also I think a lot of Liberals all across the country. You know, you know, the way this is shaping out is it's actually, I'm actually really excited about it. It's a brand new Canada. You know, it looks really good.
David Christopherson comfortably in front of Hamilton Centre. Antenier second there. He's got about a 400-vote lead. Still, obviously, a number of polls to go in this one. But if there was going to be any kind of an upset there, Henry, you'd like to see those trends developing just around now, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I don't see that happening at all. And it's what we've seen earlier seems to be happening. Bertina's doing well. You know, has a 500-vote lead over the incumbent Wayne Marsden. So it looks like in the city of Hamilton, it looks like we're going to have two orange, two red, and one blue. So it looks like we're going to have a mixture here.
Surprising in the East End, you said that was going to be a tight race, though, John.
Well, it's I think a couple of things there. It's clearly not as tight as I thought it was going to be, but fairly weak showing by the Tory out there. You got to remember they finished second last time, and they were not only they finished second, but they were quite respectable. They're in third place this time, and of course that's partly because Brittina's captured the portion of the vote that he has captured. But yeah, it's opening up a bit, and I think that's indicative, frankly, of what's happening with the NDP right across the country, and some of that was bound to rub off here. I wasn't really. I know there was some talk about the Liberals winning on the mountain, but I couldn't see it.
Well, Scott DeBell's got about a 2,000 vote lead at this stage.
Oh, for sure, and I mean that's a lot tighter than it's been up there, but nonetheless, well, it's about a 1,700 vote lead.
Yeah.
Philomena Tassi, big win for her in Ancaster, Dundas, Hamilton West. That's beyond probably most people's expectations.
And Diane Finlay in tight, of course, in Haldimand, Norfolk, the cabinet minister, of course, from the Harper government, 6,400, about 1,000 votes though. Joan Mooland, of course, the Liberal candidate, the widow of the late Bob Speller, who held that seat for a number of years, is in second place, but 1,000 votes, pretty tough mountain to climb.
The Niagara Centre is really neck and neck with Malcolm Allen and the Liberal candidate Vance Badaway. He's at 34% and Malcolm's at 33%, so it's really close. But it's I think the closest we've ever seen that.
Former candidate Bob Speller, did I say?
Yeah, and former, yeah, you said widow.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
no,
it shocked me because I thought he was still alive, and I think John agrees with me. He is still alive. Still a fairly young man, but he was an agricultural minister under Paul Martin, and really he won his seat against the tide of the Conservatives in 1988 when Mulroney was sweeping across the country, sweeping across Ontario, and Bob Speller won a rural Conservative riding. So he went, but it doesn't look like his wife is going to replicate what he did in 1988.
I want to look at, and Sophia, maybe we could get you to check out some of those Niagara ridings. Rob Nicholson, of course, former federal cabinet minister, is riding. We're always checking out to see where the cabinet members are. When you see a party that had a majority situation, and the Conservatives right now are only with 96 seats, you got to wonder, okay, who are the fallen in this? And obviously some people in cabinet are going to be victims by this surge that seems to be happening now.
Rob Nicholson, who is a cabinet minister and is running in Niagara Falls, he is leading. He's leading by 1,000 votes. Second is Liberal Ron Planche. He's at 35%, but it looks like Rob Nicholson has got the lead here.
And in St. Catharines, of course, there was some controversy there with the Conservative incumbent, with Dykstra. Clearly, a guy that had a pretty strong lead. We need to check on some of those and find out who's doing what across the bay in Burlington. With that race that a lot of people thought was going to be interesting.
St. Catharines is very interesting. In fact, the Liberal candidate is ahead, and Rick Dykstra is in second place. The vote count is 44% for the Liberal and 37% for Rick.
Significant. A two-time incumbent, Dykstra, and of course there's some controversy there about some Twitter accounts and some things that were said on Twitter and some allegations that were made. None of it substantiated, but it goes back to what we were saying about the not so elegant part of this campaign, and oftentimes the local candidates seem to outshine even the party leaders for all the wrong reasons. And Dykstra was one of the ones that was obviously affected by that. Alex Johnstone, of course, up in the Hamilton area here, and a number of others as well. So that is clearly having an impact on what's going on. David Christopherson, Hamilton Centre, with 2,100 votes. Anne Tenier with 1,400 votes. It seems as if Christopherson will be heading back to Ottawa. To your point, John, that no matter what seems to happen on the national trends, Christopherson seems to be able to ride with the tide.
He does. We talked about Alberta briefly. It appears right now that the Liberals are leading, and it's early going, but they appear to be leading in 2 Calgary seats right now. And that was an area that everybody wanted to watch.
CBC now projecting a Liberal majority government. They're going right out on a limb there, since they're ahead in 183 seats. That's about 15 more than I think you need, or 10 more actually than you need to form a majority government right now. But to be honest, and to be sure about this, leading and winning the seat are 2 different things, obviously. The Liberals have elected 66, but they're leading in 117 for that 183 total. The Conservatives 97, and the NDP at 27. But we've even seen, Henry, in this area, the calls way too soon. I can remember the election back in 04, I think it was, when the national desks and just about all the major networks were predicting that Tony DeMarco, the NDP candidate, had beaten Tony Valeri in Hamilton East Stony Creek. That was with less than half the polls in. Valeri came back and won that seat. Beth Finney, the first time that she was elected to office, was declared the loser until they started counting all the rest of the votes. So it's great to make these projections, and we ought to jump in here and be the one that says, hey, I was the one that predicted this. But there's still a lot of votes yet to be counted.
Yeah, you have to be careful because you don't know where the votes are coming from. If you have a riding that has two distinct parts and the votes are coming from one distinct part, they may be overcome by the later votes that come in from the other. So you do have to be, you do have to pay attention to, how many votes have come in and how diverse the riding is. For the most part, we can do a pretty good projection, but we also have to be humble and remember that there's going to be mistakes made when we do declare too early.
I just saw a wide-eyed Sophia looking at the screen there. What have you found?
I'm looking at Toronto Danforth. That's Jack Layton's old riding. Craig Scott is the incumbent, and he is in second place. Julie Deb Bruson is in first place. She's the Liberal. So that's still there's there's still some polls to be tallied, but she is definitely in the lead.
Marc Garneau, former astronaut, of course, elected in Notre Dame de Grace in Westmount. There was some talk earlier that he may have been in trouble, but clearly he's been re-elected in the Montreal area. But that's really a stronghold for the Liberals, and it has been even in their darkest days, Henry. They still seem to draw pretty good numbers in Montreal.
Yeah, they've held Montreal even against the Orange Tide. That was the one place in the province where you could see some Liberal seats. And I never thought Garneau was in any trouble myself personally. I thought he was going to hang on even in the early part of the campaign when it looked like the Liberals weren't going to do very well, because I figured if he held on 4 years ago, holding on now would be a lot easier no matter what happened.
As a matter of fact, a leadership candidate that considered and actually did run against Justin Trudeau, of course, dropped out of the race eventually, but he's heading back to Ottawa. We will have the discussion, I guess, guys, before we finish off here tonight about potential cabinet positions. I know there's been some speculation about that already, about who's going to go where. And when you look at some of the list of candidates, a guy like a Bill Blair, even a guy like Bob Bertina, who, of course, is a former mayor of the city of Hamilton here, you've got to look at things like municipal affairs. And since Mr. Trudeau has made a very strong commitment to that, people like Adam Vaughan come to mind. Some old folks that used to be in Liberal governments may be coming back as well. I'm assuming Ralph Goodale is going to be re-elected in Saskatchewan.
He has been re-elected.
So you look at him as a potential finance minister. Some pretty tough choices, really, for the new prime minister to make, Henry.
Yes, very definitely, and especially if he wants to change sort of the demographic composition of the cabinet. I mean, he may very well surprise a lot of people, maybe not too surprise some. He may say, I'm going to have a cabinet that's half female. Well, if he has a cabinet half female, it may very well be that the newly elected member of Hamilton West, Philomena Tassi, gets the nod over Bob Bertina. But so we'll have to see. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't get a surprise in the composition of the cabinet by the new prime minister who is going to be Justin Trudeau. But still, at this point, you would expect that Bob Bertina is more likely to get it than Philomena Tassi, simply on the basis of the political leadership that he's had in the city. But it could be that he gets squeezed out if the new prime minister wants to go half and half.
One of the things, though, Sophia, that Trudeau has talked about through the course of the campaign, and maybe one of the things that attracted people to the campaign as this thing evolved over the last number of months, was that he promised change. He promised new faces. He promised a new approach. It would be counterproductive to say, okay, I'm bringing back the old guys now. The old gang is coming back in here right now. That would seem to fly in the face of what he's actually stood for.
But I still think some of the old guys and girls, bring a lot of experience, and I think you need to balance both of that out in a brand new government. I think that there's a lot of really good seasoned politicians, like we said, Ralph Goodale. You don't get better than that. I think there's a lot of really good talent there. So it's going to be, I think, some difficult decisions, but I think he's got a lot of good choices.
There has to be a blend, but at the same time, John, do you have to pay homage to regional differences too, and make sure that you've got somebody from here? So let's face it, in cabinets, whether it's the Conservatives or it's the Liberals when they go to Ottawa, there's a lot of Toronto-centric politicians that get involved in a lot of these decisions, and rightly so. That's where the power base seems to be in Eastern Canada anyway. And you would think that that some of the people, the Adam Vaughns and people like that are going to Ottawa and going back to Ottawa in some cases, are going to find themselves in cabinet.
Well, there certainly
Christina Freeland comes to mind, of course, who was handpicked by Mr. Trudeau to run.
And the regions really do make a difference, because on this occasion, Trudeau will have elected members in every single province. He's also got a member leading in Edmonton, in one of the Edmonton ridings. So if he gets 3 seats in Alberta, it looks like there's half a dozen seats in BC that are going Liberal. A lot of Winnipeg area seats are looking like they're going Liberal. So he has to probably appoint a cabinet minister from every province. So there's 10 seats taken right there, and I would guess that it's going to be a big cabinet, frankly, because you know, in the sort of the bloom of you know, the excitement of forming a new government, you can get away with it, you know, and you can trim it down later on, perhaps. But I think you're going to see a very large cabinet. Now, I'm just looking at Winnipeg here, and Pat Martin, the NDP incumbent, who has been there for several elections, and there were quite a few news stories written about his salty language and his outbursts. He's getting clobbered there right now, 2-1 by a Liberal in Winnipeg Centre, and that was an NDP stronghold for probably the last 5 or 6 elections. So just further evidence of what's happened, of who really lost the election. The Conservatives have held in their strongholds. They performed pretty well in every one of their strongholds. Where they lost was in the ridings in and around Toronto, where they don't traditionally win, and those have all reverted to Liberal. But really, the story tonight really is just the absolute collapse of the NDP.
We got a few minutes left. I want to go around the table, and when Stephen Harper was on our show a couple of weeks ago now, I asked him what if, and it's something that we've asked of all the leaders, of course. And I want you guys to think about that when we come back after the short time out here. What happens to Stephen Harper now, and to Tom Mulcair for that matter? We know what Justin Trudeau's feeling tonight, but what about the other guys? We'll do that right after this time out. Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
Gauging the pulse of the nation. Here's Rick Zamperin from the AM 900 CHML social media desk.
Now that the Liberals have won a majority government, social media is exploding. Fazina Hanif says, proud to see my country choose change. Congrats, PM-elect Justin Trudeau. CC tweets, by Harper, hi Trudeau. Edward Place says, wow, the election 42 results certainly surprised me, and I suspect many others. Alfred E. Newman tweeting, citizens, not taxpayers, wanted to be sure that PM Harper was gone, and the NDP got caught in the crossfire. Khalid tweeting, hey, PM Harper, Canadians have shown they are decent people, not swayed by dirty tactics and dividing people, unlike you. Cameron Boy says, the best part of election night is poking fun at the appearance of all the candidates with my wife. Brian B. tweeting, Canada, why couldn't you have just elected Peter Puck? I love that little dude. And Rashid Clark says, Goins is greater than Trudeau. Hashtag Blue Jays, hashtag election 42, referring to the Jays' second baseman Ryan Goins and his big night at the plate in Toronto. To that effect, quick update from the Dome. Jays leading the Royals 10-4 in the 7th in Game 3 of the ALCS. From the Canada Votes 2015 social media desk, I'm Rick Zamperin.
The facts from every angle. This is Scott Thompson and Shona Thompson on AM 900 CHML.
Well, it looks like the Liberals will have or do have a majority. Does that mean, as of tomorrow, legalize brothels and pot on every corner?
Not tomorrow. Friday, maybe. You know,
by Christmas?
In time for the weekend.
Do you think?
I'm sorry, Terrence Young. That was the dumbest thing I have heard any politician try to get away with.
There was a lot of that, though. There was a lot of scare tactics. There was a lot of scare tactics over the course of this campaign, and obviously he was just echoing what the big boss man was saying. But
he
clearly,
went one step farther. He said mandated.
Do you think that? Do you think that sort of rhetoric changed people's opinions? Do you think that at the end of the day?
I think it did for Terrence Young. I think people.
Well, and obviously the progressive conservatives as well.
Yeah.
What do you think happens next? Obviously, Trudeau going on to be the kingpin, and of course lead the country. What happens to Stephen Harper? Stephen Harper now. The progressive conservatives have been relegated to second-party status. The NDP down to third-party status.
And he'll resign too.
Do you so? Think about that. By the time the next election rolls around, a young, not ready Justin Trudeau will be the veteran.
Yes,
exactly. He'll be the only guy that's done this before. Yeah. Think about how that's going to change things come the next election.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty interesting. The phone that you're hearing in the background is we're starting to get some of the reaction from the local ridings. There was some talk in the last couple of days over the weekend. Who might be getting a cabinet post if it became a Liberal government?
What are you hearing?
I heard Bob Bertina.
Do you think he will?
It wouldn't surprise me. There are like 5 or 6. There's a cluster of Liberal representative, of government representative now in this area. So, we're due for a cabinet posting. So.
Boy, Hamilton's certainly changed directions over the last little while. Lots would say in the past Hamilton has a tendency to bring in elected officials on the losing team. Certainly not the case this time out.
No.
Do you think that means good fortune for Hamilton down the road?
Well, it has to. I mean, there has to be better opportunity for this area when you have so many representatives in government.
Mm-hmm. It could only mean good things for the city.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Scott Thompson along with Shona Thompson. We are in Studio B. Let's throw it back to Studio A and Bill Kelly in the panel.
Beat him handily. She won by 2,200.
The chatter going on here is just amazing. John Best, of course, Henry Jasek and Sophia Agiolini are with us, our panel here in studio. Canada votes the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts. And I asked you guys just before we went to the break, let's quickly go around the table. Tom Mulcair, Stephen Harper. Of course, everybody's in it to win it. The numbers are in right now. Henry, do you see Stephen Harper staying around as an opposition leader?
I cannot see him sending questions to the new Prime Minister across. I don't think he'll probably even come into the House of Commons ever again. I mean, I suspect he may be gone and before it ever comes back. I may be wrong about that, but I can't believe that he would even step into the House of Commons again. He just whenever he announces, but just basically never come back. Mulcair, the NDP likes to give their leaders a second chance, but this is such a letdown from 4.5 years ago. I'm not so sure.
4.5 months ago.
Yeah, 4.5 months ago. I'm not so sure they're going to give him a second chance after all of this. So I think probably we're going to have two new leaders, and I think the pressure is going to be on both those parties to find somebody from Ontario. I mean, to stop having the Conservative Party just pick people out of Calgary and Alberta. I think they're going to have to go somewhere else and look in Ontario.
That's bad news for Jason Kenney.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him because he's an excellent cabinet minister in many ways. But yeah, he's from Calgary. And again, I would feel good about someone like John Baird, but who resigned, but was a very good, effective, and important cabinet minister. And the NDP will have to look in Ontario, I think, because I don't think I mean, Ontario has the most seats, and I think they'll want to come to Ontario. And I think one of those two parties should really look at having a woman, because are we going to have 3 men of the 3 major parties? I have a feeling inside the NDP there's going to be a lot of pressure to have a woman and to have somebody from Ontario, but we'll see what happens.
John?
I think the NDP, having now gone through 2 elections with a leader who is fluent in French, I mean, that's been important to them because they were always the odd man out back in the Broadbent days. That might be a consideration for Mulcair staying on. But I agree. I think they've really been decimated tonight, and if we took away their seats in Quebec, ironically, they'd be down below 20 seats in the rest of Canada. So they still have a little bit of a stronghold there. They've got a little bit of a stronghold in Ontario. I agree with Hank. I don't think Harper has any interest at all in moving across the aisle, and I'd be shocked if he stayed on.
All right, before we bring Sophia into this, we're going to bring the winner of the Ancaster West Hamilton riding, Philomena Tassi, of course, the Liberal candidate, was the winner, and she joins us here on our election coverage on CHML. Philomena, first of all, welcome to the program and congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Bill. Happy to be here.
Let's talk about the campaign. Let's talk about the results for tonight. First of all, in your own riding, this was one of the areas, of course, that had some problems with candidates and some untoward social media action, etc., like that. Was it an influence? Was it a factor in this campaign?
Well, you know what, Bill? Always with our campaign team, we always focused on our own campaign. So our focus was to work hard. We believed in the Liberal plan and the platform, and we wanted to get that message out. So we've been working for about 10 months in order to, knocking on tens of thousands of doors, trying to get that message out, and that was always our focus. That's what we remained focused on.
Sophia Adjolanides is with us here. John Best and, of course, Henry Jasek from McMaster are here. They may just jump in with a couple of questions. Sophia?
Hi, Philomena. Congratulations. We're really very, very proud of you.
You know what, Bill? I'm having trouble hearing you. I can't hear the question. Sorry.
It's probably pretty loud where you are right now.
Yes, very loud, yes.
Our panel is with us here. Sophia, just speak up, Sophia, and I think they can actually probably hear
Hi,
that.
Philomena, can you hear me? Philomena?
Yes.
Congratulations, Sophia Adjolanides. It was a great campaign.
Thank you.
It was a great campaign to watch you. I know how hard you worked. So what's the plan for tomorrow?
Well, the plan for tomorrow, I think I have to start thinking about forming a welcoming constituency office and, ensuring that it's open for everyone. So I have to think about that. I have to think about a place that my husband and I can move to Ottawa and find a place. So a number of things over the next few days that I'm going to have to get in order. But
I was gonna recommend that you take some time off and sleep a little because I know it's been a really long campaign and you've really stuck it out. You've been spreading a positive message and it's been great to watch you. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Philomena, what about, we just got a few seconds left here. What do you think about what's happening nationally here? I mean, you saw the polls, obviously, in the last couple of days, and it had the Trudeau team, of course, with a substantial lead. But this is beyond expectations.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. I think people have recognized Justin and his leadership. He's someone who believes in the people. He came up with a plan that was different from the other parties. One where he was willing to provide fairness to the middle class and invest in the country to create jobs. And I think people have decided that that's the plan that they want, and I'm delighted about that.
There is some talk that Philomena Tassi is eminently qualified to sit in cabinet. Are you interested?
You know what? I'm just happy to be elected by the people of Hamilton, West, Ancaster, Dundas, and I'm going to work my hardest to bring their concerns, their issues, and their dreams to Ottawa.
Philomena, thank you so much for the time, and once again, congratulations.
Thank you, Bill.
Philomena Tassi, the newly elected Member of Parliament for West Hamilton, Ancaster, and Dundas. We need to do a break. We'll come right back. More of the winners and more of the results as we go to break here. Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML. Guarantees. What do they really mean nowadays? I mean, come on, who can guarantee you anything? I mean, if you sell your home, I'm sure you want to work with an agent who will guarantee to sell your home. Yeah, right, Bill. Tell us another one. Well, I'll tell you, Rob Golfi, sales representative of Remax Escarpment and the Golfi team, will sit down with you. We'll talk with you and agree on a price and a deadline. And if that deadline passes and your home isn't sold, Rob will buy your home. Guaranteed. Debbie chose the Golfi team when she needed to sell her home in Grimsby. They sold her home in only 29 days for $246,000. Debbie put it this way: choosing the right real estate agent does make all the difference. We'll definitely recommend the Golfi team to our family and friends. Another guarantee? Working with Rob doesn't obligate you to anything. You see, if he's not doing his job, he'll let you out of the contract free and clear. The only agent I call if I hate to sell my home is Rob Golfi. Give Rob a call today, 905-575-7700 or online at robgolfi.com. That's Rob, GOLFI.com. And start packing.
Heating, cooling, plumbing. We're the technicians from Enercare, and we've got a message that we've got to share. We've got the skills and the expertise to keep your home working in perfect harmony.
And for a limited time only, get great offers on a shiny new furnace at enercare.ca. And that second last part didn't rhyme, but that's because we ran out of time
To write this song,
Enercare.
it's better inside.
A proudly Canadian company.
Question: who or what is more loyal to you than, say, your boat? Here is a couple of clues. It has 4 tires, loves a bath, and is a loyal companion in all kinds of weather. Yes, it's your vehicle. So give it the love it needs to keep you safe. That's where Mountain Tire comes in. They are the experts on tires when these are needed to give you utmost safety on the roads. See Mike, Brian, and Jay, those 3 wise tire guys at Mountain Tire, 473 Upper Wellington Street, Hamilton, 905-383-9611.
Online and on your radio. This is Hamilton's news talk leader, AM 900 CHML, a Chorus Entertainment radio station, streaming live at 900CHML.com.
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Jerry Smith. The Canadian Press is projecting that the federal Liberals will form the next government. Terry Pedwell of the CP has the details from Ottawa.
Liberal supporters at Justin Trudeau's campaign headquarters erupted in cheers at word that their party leader will become Canada's 23rd Prime Minister. Trudeau's victory also marks the end of the Harper Conservative era, although the Tories held on to enough seats to take over official opposition status from the New Democrats. The NDP under Tom Mulcair fell out of favor with voters and were elected or leading in little more than a couple dozen ridings. Even Mulcair struggled to cling to his own riding in Quebec as the orange wave that painted that province in 2011 turned red this time around. Terry Pedro, the Canadian Press, Ottawa.
The former Quebec cardiologist charged with murdering his 2 young children is on the stand at his trial in Saint-Jérôme. 43-year-old Guy Turcotte says he considered suicide a few times in the 2 years before 5-year-old Olivier and 3-year-old Anne-Sophie were slain in 2009. He testified about his stormy relationship with their mother, as well as a childhood in which he is said to have been mocked and intimidated. Turcotte's testimony came shortly after one of his lawyers indicated he should be found not criminally responsible in the deaths of his children. 2 men who died in a plane crash in northeastern British Columbia have been identified. The coroner's service says 56-year-old Leonard Chapman was flying a Cessna 207 that crashed about 15 kilometers south of Fort St. John. 26-year-old Florian Chapman was a passenger in the aircraft. It went down on Friday afternoon. The authorities say the men from Vernon, BC were relatives, but it's not clear if they were father and son. The coroner's service and the Transportation Safety Board are investigating the crash. U.S. government says it's setting up a task force to determine which drone aircraft should be registered.
The increasing number of close calls involving drones is prompting the registration requirement. Transportation Secretary Anthony Fox saying the aim is to let drone operators know that if they don't fly safely, there will be consequences.
Finding the drone has not been as much of a problem as finding the person who's using the drone. And the registration is designed to close that loophole.
A task force of government and industry officials and hobbyists will decide which drones need to be registered. The task force is supposed to issue its report in a month. Jerry Bodlander, Washington.
Owner of the Love Ranch brothel, where Lamar Odom was found unconscious a week ago, says the former NBA star had asked all the employees there to sign confidentiality agreements during his visit. Odom arrived at the Crystal, Nevada brothel October 10th. He was found in critical condition 3 days later and remains hospitalized. This is the Canadian Press. In sports, the Blue Jays with a 10-4 lead, a 3-run shot from Troy Tulowitzki and a 2-run home run from Josh Donaldson in the 3rd in Game 3 of the ALCS tonight in Toronto. They're now into the 7th inning. Toronto looking to rally after dropping the opening 2 games of the best-of-7 in Kansas City. Fans in the top tier at Rogers Center drinking their beer tonight out of a plastic cup. No beer cans on the stadium's 500 level after fans threw threw beer cans on the field during a Jays playoff game last week. NLCS resumes Tuesday night in Chicago with the Mets up 2-0. Monday night in the NFL, a battle of division rivals. Philadelphia hosting the New York Giants. Giants currently sit atop the NFC East with a 3-2 record. From the Canadian Press, I'm Jerry Smith.
Strength, style, safety. 3 things built into every Evolution walker, like the Evolution Espresso. The Espresso walker comes in an array of colors as unique as the person using it. And Espresso supports a full complement of accessories, from cup holders to speed-limiting wheels to ensure safety. For a limited time, get a free accessory with purchase of any Espresso walker. For details, visit a local Evolution dealer or evolution.ca.
A Japanese, a German, and an American auto executive get into a car. An all-new 2016 Hyundai Elantra with standard rear-view camera, sunroof, fog lights, and more. They're stumped. Nani? How does Hyundai do it? How does Hyundai do it? How does Hyundai do it? Get into the new Elantra SE with GL features plus sport appearance package. A combined total of $5,000 in value savings. The competition just can't figure out how we do it. That's the H Factor. The Hyundai Advantage ends November 2nd. Dealer may sell for less. Visit HyundaiCanada.com for details.
It's 11:05 from the AM 900 CHML Weather Center. I'm Luke Vermeer. Right now in Hamilton, partly cloudy skies tonight. Mainly cloudy with a 40% chance of showers, hitting a low of 11 degrees overnight. Tomorrow, mainly cloudy with again a 40% chance of showers, high of 17. And on Wednesday, cloudy with a 40% chance of showers and a high of 15. Currently it is 16 degrees. News and weather are next at midnight on AM 900 CHML, Hamilton's News Talk leader.
Reporters in the streets and an experienced panel in studio. This is CHML Votes with Bill Kelly on AM 900 CHML.
Welcome back. Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts here on 900 CHML. The dust is settling now on a very turbulent election day in 2015 as we sit here right now at 11:06. The Liberals are elected or leading in 186. The Conservatives elected or leading in 106. The NDP elected or leading in 34. The Bloc in 10. And the Greens in 1, which I assume is Elizabeth May's riding, although we're trying to get some clarity on that. Shona Thompson, of course, is with us here in studio. Where do you begin?
You just said it all there.
Where do you begin? We saw numbers that, the Forum research poll that said the Liberals at 40%, the Nanos poll at 39.6 or whatever it was. They said, pretty strong possibility of a minority government. Nobody saw this coming.
No, nobody saw this coming. And you know what? That's one of the things I love about Canadian politics, is that it can be this volatile and it can be this unpredictable. When Canadians collectively decide something, boy, do they decide it.
But why so? This was a sweep. I mean, this was, we had the anomaly of the NDP orange crushing Quebec, but it didn't translate in the rest of the country. It was in one province. Said, oh, that's rather interesting, and it propelled the NDP obviously into opposition in the last Parliament. But this started in Newfoundland, and we thought, okay, fine. The Maritimes, they usually do pretty well anyway. It continued through Quebec, it continued through Ontario, it continued into Manitoba, into Alberta. That's uncharted territory.
I'm starting to wonder if they regret redrawing some of the ridings, because there were another 15 just in the province of Ontario, and some of them have gone red. But maybe it goes back to that Graves poll, when people wanted change, and the change they wanted was not so much that they didn't want the Conservatives, but that they didn't want Harper. And if you consider yourself to be, maybe not necessarily aligned, but to the left of center, and you want change, and, you're not too defined there, then you're going to go with who you think is going to be the person to unseat the current person in power. And that seems to be what we've seen here this evening, that we've had a lot of people who are undecided, undefined, and they have made their choice known, and they want Harper out.
It's always interesting when you see something like this happen, and we saw this with Trudeau in '68. We saw it with Mulroney in '84. The Chrétien election in '93, not quite of this magnitude, but when you see incumbents that you think, oh, they're entrenched, they're going to be fine, and they fall by the wayside. I mean, Julian Fantino lost tonight. I don't think that's shocking to too many people.
I don't think that's shocking to anybody. The way he handled the portfolio he was given was atrocious.
Chris Alexander, the immigration minister, was defeated. This is a guy who found himself in the middle of the Syrian refugee crisis and did not handle himself well.
He did not. I seem to recall him saying that he was going to be stepping back from the election to handle this. Nothing was handled, and every time he held a news conference, his election signs were right behind him. A little bit disingenuous.
Well, and Mark Holland, of course, defeated him. Mark Holland, a former Liberal MP for that area, that was defeated in the purge, I guess, of '06, but he's going to be back. We see some of the others that have fallen by the wayside. It gives you pause for concern about what's happening here, and it was a rejection clearly of Stephen Harper, but I think also of the Conservatives. Let me talk a little bit. We've got a few minutes here to talk about strategy and electoral strategy, and I know you're a student of who says what and how they say it, because it does matter. I mean,
does matter.
Content and style are almost hand in hand when it comes to winning elections in the 21st century here. You got to look good and know and sound like you know what you're talking about. You can't just have policy on this. John Doyle, who's actually the TV critic for the Globe and Mail, wrote an interesting piece the other day suggesting, and I don't think he in any way, shape, or form is a liberal, but suggesting why Trudeau was surging in the way that he was because he looked dynamic and real and genuine. And he says that's something that we haven't had in federal politicians for a long time.
You know, having one image of Stephen Harper, where he is in a suit shaking hands with his son on the first day of school, to partway through a protracted election campaign that you called because you thought it was going to work in your best interests, and halfway through that, you're showing up in zippered hoodies, and, you know, you don't have the tie on anymore, and you're not wearing the suit jacket, and, hey, I'm Stephen, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, in his countdown campaign ads that, you know, we heard a lot of, people are going to go, you know what? I don't buy that. That's just too much of a change. That's not genuine. And this is the most savvy generation, and I'm talking our generation and those who have followed us. We are more savvy about media than any other generation ever in the history of the world. And when something doesn't ring true, it does not ring true.
What about the campaign itself and the essence of the campaign? The Harper campaign seemed to, first of all, Justin's not ready, which may have had some early success, but clearly people changed their minds about that pretty quickly. But the other element of it is when you have 70% of the population that's saying we want change, and essentially the Prime Minister of the day is simply saying, no, more of the same. That's what we're going to give you, more of the same. It's as if he wasn't listening to what the people were actually saying.
More of the same, and yet not more of the same. You know, he was running deficits for 8 years. We had a deficit in April of this year. Suddenly in August, it's not a deficit, it's a surplus, and we're going to have a balanced budget going forward. So, you know, he was changing his policy as well. And, you know, there's some speculation, some talk about how that deficit turned into a surplus all of a sudden.
Well, the numbers are there. The numbers are there.
Yeah,
money that was supposed to be spent on veterans was never spent. It was returned to the Treasury. Money that was supposed to go for public security and safety, in other words, the enhanced police forces, it was mentioned in the budget, was never spent, was given back to the Treasury. So in other words, they took money that was supposed to go to cities and allocated it back to the Treasury to balance the books.
Well, and, you know, when you want to stand up and say that you are the economic steward of Canada, and you go from a $2 billion deficit to a $2 billion surplus, that's a $4 billion variance. That, to me, does not say economic stewardship. That says cooking the books.
Well, and you don't need to be an economist to understand that there's something kind of shaky with the numbers right there. Scott Thompson with us, too, of course, host of the Scott Thompson Show every day here on CHML. I was just mentioning to Shona, Scotty, that although the numbers, I heard your show today talking with Tim Harper, the Toronto Star, and again suggesting that we're making history today. I didn't think anybody thought we were going to make this much history.
I don't think anybody saw this coming. I think that, as we discussed when the polls were out, it was minority at best.
Yeah.
I think this is better for the country because at least we'll be better off down the road and not doing this again in X number of years or months or such.
But you know, maybe that's part of the reason why the undefined
people
support,
didn't want to do it again.
the uncommitted support, they didn't want to see a minority government, and they tend to last on average between 1.7 and 2 years. And people didn't want to see the next election campaign starting tomorrow, which I think would have happened.
It was pretty clear that these three guys don't play well in the sandbox together.
No,
that's very
none of them.
No. Although when you get a minority situation, not that we're going to be seeing that come the morning, but you know, politics does make strange bedfellows, and you know, if you're going to be nice to my agenda, I'll be nice to yours.
It's interesting, though. I don't think anybody really predicted a surprise. You know, like we had seen out west with NDP and such, and in Quebec in the past. I thought that people thought at the end of the day this is going to be quite predictable. So it was interesting to see such a surprise, and especially when you think how things have changed. As Sean and I were talking, I mean, it wasn't that long ago that Trudeau and the party was third-party status. Now they're ruling the roost, and NDP is back there.
Scott, it wasn't that long ago that they were saying the Liberal Party was dead.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
You know, forget about it, guys. I mean, they're picking at the entrails right now. You know, the few of you that are left, you might want to go join the NDP, and that's your only hope for any kind of a political future. Boy, the times have changed. Hang on for just a second. We're going to do a short time out. I wanted to get Rick in to check on social media response to what's been going on here, too, because that's been pretty lively. Listening to Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, on 900 CHML.
What is trending on election night? Here's Rick Zamprin from the AM 900 CHML social media desk.
Hey, thank you, Bill. Josh Hess tweeting, man, the tweets are just flying in. A lot of activity on Facebook as well. Josh Hess tweeting, I've never been as excited for a speech as I am for Harper's concession right now. Still waiting for that, by the way. Mitchell Stewart tweeting, ding dong, the witch is dead. Ellen Mullally says, celebrating the end of a conservative era. Hashtag buy Harper. Alexandra Gurison says, let's just hope this will serve as a lesson to Canadian politicians trying to pitch Canadians against one another. Edward Wu tweeted, I think the big story of tonight is how the NDP got virtually annihilated in the polls. They lost 90 seats tonight. Yeesh. David Dickinson tweeting, I offer congratulations to Canada for firing PM Harper. Michelle says, so I'm not the only one that thought Mulcair was weird. Raj Bora says, looking forward to the newly mandated federally regulated neighborhood businesses. The tweet of God saying, congratulations, Canada. You have now the hottest first couple on earth. Quick update from Rogers Center, where the Blue Jays lead the Royals 11-6 with one out in the top of the ninth in Game 3 of the ALCS. From the Canada Votes 2015 social media desk, I'm Rick Zamprin.
Back to the studio with instant updates and in-depth analysis. This is Canada Votes 2015 on AM 900 CHML.
Welcome back, Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts. Bill Kelly, along with Scott Thompson and Shona Thompson, and of course our team of experts out in the field. We already heard from Philomena Tassi, the newly elected MP-elect, I guess, for the West Hamilton Ancaster Dundas riding. Around the horn here, Philomena Tassi, as we mentioned, elected. David Sweet, probably re-elected in Flamborough Glanbrook. He has a couple of thousand vote lead over the Liberals stepping in that particular area. David Christopherson, of course, re-elected in Hamilton Centre. And in Hamilton East Stony Creek, Bob Bertina, ahead of the incumbent Wade Marsden by a significant amount at this stage, although they haven't actually declared a winner in that particular election. Any surprises locally, guys? Sean?
Well, I kind of thought that Bertina was going to take it, and we were talking about this earlier, that even when Bob was mayor, he was very, very involved in the U.S. Steel file, and asking a lot of questions and turning up at the plant gate and really being supportive of that. He has family history of family members who have worked in that plant, so it's an issue that was near and dear to his heart. So it doesn't surprise me in some ways that he's taken that riding away from Wayne Marsden, who I don't think was as visible as Bob.
Do you think the NDP missed an opportunity by not getting more involved in the U.S. Steel file?
Absolutely. I think that's that any company in Canada that has an American parent they've got to be worried now about their pensions. And I think that that's an issue that could have resonated right across this country that Tom Mulcair did not latch onto because it wasn't part of the game. I think it's because it wasn't part of the game plan.
Yeah.
And in elections, especially a long one like this, you've got to latch onto those issues that are coming to the fore.
Well, the other element to this too, we talked about this with our panel earlier. I'm wondering if Tom Mulcair took Hamilton for granted. And just figured that it's an NDP stronghold. He was only here once. And it was for a brief period, for an hour and a half or something on a morning. And coincidentally, it was Alex Johnston that he visited, and they backed away from that pretty quickly. But he didn't pay a whole lot of attention to this. And there seemed to be a philosophical difference with Tom Mulcair and the grassroots of the NDP party. Mulcair's trying to move this party a little further to the right, like Tony Blair did with the Labour Party in Great Britain. And I think he's getting a lot of resistance to this. There was no reference to the gods of the NDP party during this campaign. Jack Layton,
until the
Ed
end.
Broadbent, they talked about Tommy Douglas, and they talked about the great evolution of the NDP, and they talked about Jack Layton. I heard Mulcair mention Layton maybe once or twice. He never mentioned the others.
No, Mulcair started to mention Jack a lot in the last week and a half.
Well, that's too little, too late.
Exactly.
But this is a party that's I think, Scott, in this area, we all know this from the time that we've all lived here. This is a blue-collar NDP town. I mean, there's the, as some people call them, the tweed jacket NDPs. The scholars, etc., that lean that way. But this is the lunch bucket blue-collar 1005 NDP, right. And that's why Scott Duval gets elected here. That's why Dave Christopherson gets here, because they spend a lot of time in the union halls talking with people, but they don't seem to expand that base. I think Mulcair was trying to do that. And I don't think he wanted to pay attention to the blue-collar NDP, and that probably cost him at least one seat here today.
I think you hit the nail on the head. I think they take it for granted that this is traditionally an NDP place, and they're going to get that with very little effort. I think also in this is they're coming from official opposition party status. So I think they just had the orange wave behind them. They had lots of momentum. And I don't think they were looking at things like Hamilton. I think they were looking beyond. And again, with the momentum that they had from the past, I believe they thought that was going to carry them through, and clearly did.
Well, look, there's a period of time there where some of these same polls that were predicting what we saw tonight, although not as dramatic, were predicting an NDP majority. I mean, Tom Mulcair was measuring the drapes at 24 Sussex. I mean, he just figured, I'm just moving across the street here, guys. He was already in the opposition residence. And he figured out, let's get the movers going here.
And you think how much this whole campaign has changed because of the length of it. I mean, if this vote was called 2 or 3 weeks ago, it might be vastly different than it is now. So certainly having this long, drawn-out campaign, we saw a lot of dips and dives, and those that were leading at the beginning certainly weren't at the end.
Well, I think your point is well taken. When I was taking a look at some of the polls and how they were tracking over the course of this election, October the 4th is when Justin Trudeau started to shoot up and started to take the lead. So if this election had not been as long as it was, it might have been a very different result.
Was there a turning point?
I think there was a couple of turning points, and I think obviously in the debates when Trudeau came and represented himself so strong, I think in the one debate where Mulcair made a point of mentioning Trudeau's dad Pierre, and then it just happened to be the anniversary, the 15th anniversary of his death. I think that was a turning point, because then you saw the emotion come out in Trudeau at that point.
But you also saw a statesman.
And he stood up to Mulcair.
You also saw a statesman. He stood up to him. But when he was mentioning that it was the 15th anniversary of his father's death, he did it in a way that was personal to him, but not undercutting Mulcair. It's implied, but it wasn't a direct hit, and it could have been, but he held back, and I thought that was very diplomatic.
Did they underestimate Justin Trudeau? Both of them, both Harper and Mulcair?
Certainly, absolutely. And again, the longer campaign...
Remember the references, Scott, in the first part of the campaign? Justin. Stephen Harper kept calling him Justin, as if he was a petulant little child. What Justin says. Justin, go to the corner. Justin, do this. It's Mr. Trudeau now.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's Mr. Prime Minister.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It's amazing how it changed. And again, that longer campaign allowed Trudeau the time to mature and people to get to know him. And certainly by the end of the campaign, he was ready.
Liberal strategists would have been happy if they had made gains, if they were expecting Trudeau to grow into this job. And maybe the next election, hoping that they would take power at that time. They must be over the moon because they were hoping he would grow into the job, and he did it so quickly.
And now by the next election, he'll be the wily veteran, especially if the other two step down. He'll be the guy that's done it before.
Well, will there be a Stephen Harper and a Tom Mulcair?
No.
I don't think so. No. I don't think so. I think, I think their parties will speak, and that'll be that. Where can they go? There's no place else to go.
And you know what? I don't think their bruised egos would allow it either. I understand some politicians have a bit of an ego thing, as do broadcasters.
Well, I'm shocked.
I've never heard that.
And when you have this kind of a defeat, it's going to be really tough for you to...
I don't think it'll go beyond ego. I think the party will just say, hey, you know what, it's not working. We got to change direction. And again, I mean, it was Mulcair's to lose, and he lost it. So,
but even within the Conservative ranks, I mean, there were stories circulating a year and a half or so ago that if the Conservatives wanted to win the next election, which was 2015, Harper had to step down, and he obviously avoided that. Yeah. But we want to talk with one of the winners. So if we can, we'll get over to Hamilton East Stony Creek. Shona, you were talking about him just a couple of minutes ago. The newly elected member of Parliament for Hamilton East Stony Creek, Bob Bertina. Bob, first of all, congratulations. Welcome to the show.
Bill, thank you very much. It's great to be able to have this conversation.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the race in your particular neighborhood, Bob, in Hamilton East Stony Creek, as Shona and Scott were just alluding to a few minutes ago. You're a Liberal candidate that really kind of crosses that border with. Since this riding was created some years ago, there seemed to be a Hamilton East candidate or a Hamilton or a Stony Creek candidate, and nobody could really bridge that gap. And so, in other words, if you did well in Stony Creek, you didn't do so well in Hamilton East. You have roots in both areas. Was that helpful to you?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I grew up in Hamilton East, just east of Kenilworth, but the Stony Creek area is completely diverse with diverse groups that I'm very familiar with and have many friends in. You know, the Serbian, Croatian, Bosnian, even Kosovar groups who are here. And then how could we forget the Italians? And, you know, the people that both you and I have eaten with at Fest Italia events and all sorts of other events, a lot of them live out here. Mm-hmm. So it was a very comfortable mix for me. And I think that's an important thing, that if you're going to be successful, you should be able to have a foot in on both sides of a very different kind of a riding because of what you said.
Bob, congratulations, and I'm wondering if, you know, when you were mayor, you were very involved in the U.S. Steel file, and that carried over to this campaign. Was that a part of what you are attributing your victory to?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I was just mentioning to some other media about the importance of that file, and the first thing we have to do is get to the bottom of it, you know, try to see just exactly what happened that led to this calamity, and then see, working with partners, with the province and others, how we can mitigate the crisis that many people find themselves in. So I don't think that, for instance, the union people have to worry about who's going to speak for them at the government level, because it's going to be me. And I think they know that because of my association and relationships in the past.
Bob, Scott here. It sounds like the celebration is going on down there. Is that the Balkan strings I hear in the background?
Actually, no, it's not. But it's the next thing.
A lot we're talking over the last week or so as the polls were starting to space themselves out a little bit about minority governments either way. Surprised at the majority that the Liberals have pulled in this time, and Trudeau showing, considering at the beginning of this campaign he just wasn't ready.
Yeah. Well, the only people who said he wasn't ready were 5 actors reading scripts. You know.
I mean, not very well either, actually. But.
No, not very well. And Harper, you know, made his own bed and had to lie in it because the extended election period allowed for a rebuttal and an opportunity for Justin Trudeau to say that. Well, he didn't have to say he was ready. He showed he was through the debates and so on. So unwittingly, it probably. All of the bad stuff that was pointed toward Justin and the Liberal Party ended up with us having a majority. And it might have been different if Harper and his crew had played a little more decently than they did. And I think the country just got fed up with it. That's my feeling. And so, okay, and unfortunately for the New Democrats who were vying for our position, a position of strength, they were found to be the losers on it as well. So they blew out themselves, the Conservatives, and they marginalized the NDP. And so there's going to be a lot of great talk shows and probably a couple of good books out of this one, Bill.
Bob, congratulations once again. We'll let you go and get back to the celebrations. I know there's a lot more to be discussed in the days and weeks ahead, but thanks you so much for this, and enjoy the rest of the evening.
Well, Bill, it's an honor to be in this position, and I really appreciate the opportunity to talk to you, and I'm sure we'll be talking soon. Thanks, Bill.
You betcha, we will. Bob Bertina, the winner in Hamilton East and Stony Creek, of course, and somewhat of a surprise, but John Best had done some touring around there and found that Bertina signs and a lot of support for the former Hamilton mayor, and I guess taking advantage of constituencies. I guess at the end of the day, obviously, with his party with 189 seats right now, Scott, no surprise that you're going to get some bleeding like this. But that's the power of star candidates.
He must be over the moon at this point when you think of what he has accomplished since he left here a few years ago in his term as mayor, and then taking a stab at federal politics. I mean, that is not an easy grind, as you know. And, you wonder what drives someone at this stage of their life to do that. But it must be an incredible personal accomplishment for him to have been elected tonight.
One of the other great surprises, as I say, with defeated candidates happened in Burlington. Mike Wallace, of course, had been an incumbent with a very, very impressive lead over the last couple of elections and a margin of victory. But when the dust settled in Burlington, Liberal Corinne Gould has been elected in Burlington, and she joins us on the Bill Kelly Show. Corinne, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you. It's Karina, right?
Yep. Talk to us about the election campaign. You take on somebody who's been there for a number of years and has had a pretty substantial cushion in the last couple of elections to get reelected. You're certainly climbing a pretty tall mountain there, Karina.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I entered this race knowing that Burlington is, it's not really a conservative community. I mean, we just elected a Liberal MP right now to prove that. But before, we had a Liberal MPP elected last year, and from 93 to 2006, we had a Liberal MP as well. And, what Burlington is it's a moderate, progressive community that, like many Canadians, are looking for a hopeful vision of the future, that want a positive plan to move Canada forward, and I think the result tonight speaks to that the Liberal plan and the Liberal message resonated with Canadians. They want a country that is open, that is diverse, and that is prosperous, and I think the people of Burlington spoke to that this evening.
Karina, part of the message for Justin Trudeau, of course, was help for cities, infrastructure money, long-term support for that. Did that resonate in Burlington?
Certainly it does, and I mean, I've been knocking on doors for over a year now, and one of the things that comes up time and time again is the issue of sewage systems in Burlington, because we had 4,000 homes that were flooded in August 2014, and we need a partner in Ottawa that's going to help the municipality upgrade those sewage systems and to make the lives of people in the city better. The other one that resonates within infrastructure is with regards to public transit. We have a lot of commuters in the city, but we also have a lot of people that need to get around the city. And so our investment of, $20 billion over the next 10 years in public transit has gone over very well. And I'd say the final one is affordable housing for seniors. We have a large seniors population, and they're struggling right now to make ends meet and to find decent, affordable living in Burlington.
Well, Mayor Goldwing, of course, has been a frequent guest on our show. He does our town hall here every month on the program, and those are the same issues that Rick talked about with us just a few weeks ago. So clearly, you have a voice now, and you will be the voice for Burlington in Ottawa.
Thank you very much. That's what I campaigned on, and that's what I intend to do.
Congratulations, Karina. Enjoy the rest of the evening.
Thank you so much, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Have a great night.
Yeah, and you too. Karina Gould, of course, the newly elected member of Parliament for Burlington, defeating incumbent Mike Wallace. It was an empty seat on Hamilton Mountain. Of course, Chris Charlton, the incumbent NDP, did not run this time, but Hamilton Ward 7 Councillor Scott Duval did successfully, and he joins us here on the Bill Kelly Show. Scott, congratulations.
Thanks, Bill. Really appreciate your comments there.
Scott, I got to tell you, before Scott Thompson is here with us as well, one of the things that really impressed me, because we've talked about some of the good, the bad, and the ugly of political campaigns, and I know you've been involved in a little bit of each over your career and in your years as a worker and, of course, as a candidate. But I was really impressed with the tweets that I saw just as the polls were closing tonight from you and your opponents up there. This was, to use, I guess, the old political phrase that you don't hear very often, a very clean campaign on everybody's part.
It was, Bill. Honestly, all the candidates that ran up on the mountain here, they're all gentlemen. Actually, we had some laughs. We had some good times. I guess there's some issues that we disagree with, but they're very, very good people.
Scott, we're going to let you go now. Tom Mulcair is speaking, so congratulations once again. I know we'll be talking a lot more.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Scott Duval from Hamilton Mountain. Let's switch now to Montreal and NDP leader Tom Mulcair.
And we will be resolute in our efforts to build a true nation-to-nation relationship with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. It's on these priorities and on many more that New Democrats will make real and lasting progress in this new Parliament. With this election, Canadians have asked us all to work for them. We will not let them down. Je veux remercier.
I would like to thank first and foremost the voters of Outremont for renewing their confidence in me tonight. And I would also like to thank all the candidates who campaigned with courage under the NDP banner. I could not be prouder of the work that was accomplished.
The diversity and strength of our NDP team, as Rebecca reminded us, and that the work you have accomplished to build our party will carry us for years to come. We ran in this election with the most women and the most Indigenous candidates, not just in the history of our party, but in the history of Canada. This is something that makes me immensely proud. À Catherine, avec qui je partage
to Catherine, with whom I have been sharing my life for more than 40 years now,
merci.
I want to extend my great thanks for your love, your kindness, and your constant support. Thank you as well to Matt and Greg, our sons, and their wives, and our grandchildren, Juliette and Raphael. I can never thank you enough for your support and for your love.
To you Democrats here tonight, and in every community across this country, thank you for your hard work, your dedication to our cause, and your steadfast hope and optimism. My friends, New Democrats have made historic contributions to build this country, whether it's Medicare or old age security, and we will continue.
Tonight, we have shown that the roots of the NDP continue to develop, and henceforth, the NDP will always be there for Quebecers, always be a real choice for Quebecers.
As a party with established roots in all corners of this country and deep roots right here in Quebec, the next chapter begins in our effort to build a better Canada. Thank you. Merci. On continue.
NDP leader Tom Mulcair with his speech, of course. They will work in order. This is the drill, isn't it? Scott Thompson, of course, with us here in our CHML studios. Next will be Stephen Harper, and then, of course, the Prime Minister-elect Justin Trudeau will speak. And that's what held us up at the last election.
That's right.
Michael Ignatieff wouldn't come up for it. I don't know what was going on. Don't tell me he had a victory speech that he had to edit. But this has got to be a crushing blow, Scott, as you mentioned, for Tom Mulcair, who was ahead in this campaign when it first started. It looked like he was heading for majority government territory, and the floor just fell out from under him.
And where do you go from here? How do you rebuild from here? What do you do to move forward? What's next for this party? I mean, it just they had the momentum post Jack Layton. They had the momentum going into this campaign, and of course the orange wave that we saw go across Alberta and such. People thought that would keep going. So again, as I mentioned earlier, it was theirs to lose. And clearly there has to be a new direction for this party.
Well, do you remember the speech he made about 2 weeks ago when he was still talking about he was the only one who could defeat Stephen Harper? And he said, we just need 35 more seats. Well, apparently they misunderstood that because he just got 35 seats, period.
Exactly.
No, that's not what I said. 35 more. I mean, this is crushing, really, to go from where they were in this last election down to 35 seats in third-party status.
And complicating this, I think, even more is the fact that it was such a close three-way race for the longest time. So, back in the old days, it was one person against another. During this race, it was at one point everybody against the NDP, then everybody against Harper, and then eventually everybody against Trudeau. So I think as this campaign progressed, people didn't know who their enemy was, and kept changing the target per se.
So was there, I mean, you mentioned the niqab issue, and you and Shona were talking earlier this evening, and that certainly was part of the problem in Quebec for Mulcair.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that it resonated around the rest of the country. Is there something else? Because this was a national collapse. This wasn't just in Quebec.
No, that's a valid point. And the funny thing was that we certainly saw the reaction when Harper took off down the niqab trail and how that resonated throughout the country. Yet that didn't seem to happen for Mulcair when he stuck up for the niqab. Basically what we heard was the negativity coming out of Quebec. We didn't see any other positivity coming out of the rest of the country sticking up for that, which was a little unusual, I thought.
Did he underperform during the debate? So, I mean, I know that not as many people watch the debates as they did in past years, but because of social media and because of news cycles, let's face it, I mean, there's news on 24 hours of the day now. CBC, CTV, Global, it's all online. There's CHML, there's talk radio stations right across the country. So even if you didn't see the debate, you certainly heard about it the day after, and you saw the clips. And the common criticism of Mulcair seemed to be that he was unreal. He was plastic. It just seemed contrived.
Well, for the longest time, Mulcair sort of reminded you of the angry high school principal. He was a phenomenal leader of the opposition. He was great when he stood up and would give Harper his dues.
The Senate thing and the Duffy thing?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he was doing a great job of holding everybody to task, but I think a lot felt that was too mean a persona to get elected. So he automatically seemed to fall into this default position, which was him with this kind of phony smile on his face, trying to look more warm and cozy than he actually was. And I think he had stayed, sort of the venomous guy that was the opposition, the leader of the opposition, he may have fared better. But I think they tried to soften him up, and perhaps I don't think that was an area where he was comfortable.
I'm always interested in the way the handlers do this. And I understand, okay, Stephen Harper's his own guy, and he rules with an iron fist, but clearly he has people that are giving him advice. Now, whether or not he takes it, I guess, is another matter. But the way that they performed, and I mean performed, because they've all got their platform and their talking points, but it was the way in which they performed that really, I think, was a deciding factor in this. The stories I'm hearing, again, from people, and I'm following some of the social media stuff, is that Mulcair just looked plastic. Harper, and you made a great point earlier this evening, the people never really warmed up to Stephen Harper, ever.
No.
In 2006, they said, you know what, we're really just sick and tired of the
Same
Liberals.
thing.
Yeah, okay, fine, let's get this guy in there. And when he won the subsequent elections, it was like, well, we still don't really like you, but boy, there's no alternative. We don't like anybody else out there either. So fine, you can go back in there. Clearly they decided, no, it's got to be somebody else. It's got to be anybody else. It seemed to be the mantra, wasn't it?
And the funny thing was he went for the longer campaign, and I think the longer campaign, the longer the campaign went, the worse it was for Stephen Harper. he was the sort of guy that, you know, it's like meeting somebody at a cocktail party you don't necessarily want to talk to. You don't want to spend that much time with them. So I think the longer the time that Stephen Harper spends on stage, the more uneasy people feel about him. He's just not a personable guy. I mean, you remember the old shot of him dropping his boy off to school and shaking his hand. He just doesn't seem like that warm, fuzzy type. Whereas Trudeau, the longer you give him, the better he gets, and the more charisma comes out. Where I think with Harper, if I was his handlers, I'd say keep the message short and sweet and move on.
Even the clip John Oliver used in the show yesterday with Harper, you know, the Netflix thing.
Oh,
hi,
yeah.
something you may not know.
Yeah, that was. I heard you play that this morning. That was hilarious.
I mean, people have made up their minds by then, but I mean, it was just an indicator. I think people wanted, even when Harper had won the majority government, I think they wanted to see a warm, fuzzy Stephen Harper. You know, they wanted to see, you know, hug the kids instead of shaking the kid's hand when they dropped off at school. They wanted to see him do the things that we do. And that never really happened. Everything just seems so contrived, and that's just not the kind of guy he is. You know, he even said so in one of the commercials, of course, late in the campaign. You know, this is not about personality. Well, guess what, Mr. Harper? It is.
Yeah, it is, absolutely. And again, I think there's a similar issue there, as we were speaking earlier, with Mulcair. And again, you had the John Oliver stuff on this morning, and he was using the phrases, you know, pharmacare and whatever care, and then Mulcair, and you're thinking, oh my goodness, that's almost as clumsy as what a Stephen Harper is. Whereas, you know, Justin Trudeau is a lot more charismatic person, and is a lot better with those crowds.
I've just got this mental picture of Oliver. Tom Mulcair is Paul Giamatti's uncle.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, I think that, you know, initially he's sort of a gruff, rough and tumble guy that, again, he reminds me of a high school principal, you know, that would discipline you. And I think they tried to soften that up, and I don't think people bought that.
Pretty much not. CP, by the way, Canadian Press is now reporting that one of the reasons Mr. Harper may be delayed is he is rewriting a speech and will resign tonight. That's a report unconfirmed from Canadian Press. Let's do a short time out. We'll check in with Rick Zamprin in just a couple of seconds here. Canada votes the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts on 900 CHML.
Gauging the pulse of the nation. Here's Rick Zamprin from the AM 900 CHML social media desk.
Thank you, Bill. A lot of reaction streaming in on the social feeds. Jeremy O'Hearn tweeting, hurry up with the concession speech, PM Harper. Some of us still have a job come the morning. Winnie Lee says Canada shall now be known as Justin's land. JF Charland says, feeling optimistic about the future of my country for the first time in 10 years. Here's to new beginnings. Jess Shoker says, downfall of strategic voting, losing some valuable voices in Ottawa. Eric Ramirez tweets, probably the most youth have ever been engaged in the elections in Canada. Great job getting the youth vote out there. Mallory Andrews tweets, legitimately more exciting than the Star Wars trailer is the fact that Canada looked pure evil in the face and said, not today. Daniel Vieira says, big night for Canada, Liberal majority, Blue Jays win, and Drake releases a new music video. And the last candidate for tweet of the night from Paul Ferry, on the upside, Stephen Harper will now have more time to watch those online streaming services. Quick update from the Dome. It's the final. The Blue Jays holding on to beat the Royals 11-8 to win Game 3 of the ALCS. From the Canada Votes 2015 social media desk, I'm Rick Zamprin.
You're listening to Canada Votes 2015 on Hamilton's News Talk leader, AM 900 CHML.
Canada votes the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, Bill Kelly and Scott Thompson in our CHML Election Central headquarters. Boy, the ball game was closer than the election.
It sounds like the ball game got as wacky as the election did at the end, didn't it?
11-8 final. Jays had a 10-4 lead at one point. Anyway, they're still trailing in that series, 2-1. Somebody who's not trailing, of course, is David Christopherson. David very comfortably re-elected in Hamilton Center, and he joins us here on CHML. David, first of all, welcome to the show and congratulations.
Thanks, Bill. I appreciate that. Good to talk to you.
Again, I was talking to Scott Duval just a couple of minutes ago, and commenting about the campaign itself, and in a campaign that saw some dirty tricks and some faux pas and some sometimes unsavory behavior by some of the candidates. A very well-run campaign in Hamilton Center by everybody involved.
Absolutely. In fact, I apologize. I kind of had you on hold because Jonathan, the Conservative candidate, had called to concede and wish me well. And that's typical of a class act that he was throughout. But quite frankly, so was Antenier. all the candidates. It was a classy, clean campaign, and you know me, Bill. That's the kind I prefer. Let's fight like hell, knock down, drag them out, but let's do it in an honorable way that we can all respect the process at the end. And I was blessed again to have exactly that with the kind of classy people that were trying to take my seat.
That's what happens in politics, but you've been pretty fortunate about this. What happened nationally, though, David? I mean, 36 seats is what we're looking at right now for the NDP. This is a far cry from the last parliament.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously mixed emotions. Bill, you've been around a long time, too. You know what this is like. I feel good that I won. I'm so honored that my fellow Hamiltonians in Hamilton Centre felt confident enough to bestow on me their faith and give me that precious vote in the House. But at the same time, you know, I lost a good friend. Wayne Marsden is not going back to the House, and Wayne and I are personal, but going back decades, back into the labor movement, and that's a personal loss, a loss for everyone. However, having said all that, Bill, I have to say that the silver lining in all of this is that Stephen Harper has been removed from power, and that is a good thing.
What's the next parliament going to look like, David? What are your priorities as a member now in opposition with the things that you want to see happen in Ottawa on behalf of Hamilton?
Well, I mean, I don't think it's unfair to say that there was a lot of overlap in terms of the priorities that the Libs and the NDP had. We put different monies, different time frames, but what we wanted to achieve was similar, the vision and parts of it. So part of the job of the opposition is to hold the government to account. So part of my job will be to hold the Liberals' feet to the fire in terms of honoring the promises they made that got them this majority government. That's a big part of it. The other is, of course, to continue working with my new MP colleagues in Hamilton so that where we can, we're always focusing on things that we agree on that are in the best interest of Hamilton, and whether we're government or opposition, that we're focusing all our efforts in that area. And Mayor Eisenberger did an excellent job of pulling us together in his last term. I hope he does something like that again, because it worked well for us. So my priority, Bill, has always been Hamilton. It remains Hamilton. I love my party, but my city comes first. To me, it always has.
David Scott here. Obviously, when this campaign started, it looked really good for your party, and of course, coming off of official opposition status. Where do you think it started to go south? What went wrong?
Well, I think there's an overwhelming majority of Canadians that wanted change, that wanted the Harper government gone. And I think the first half of the campaign was spent with people sort of kicking the tires and deciding where the best vehicle is for that change. And obviously, as time went on, more and more Canadians began to see the Liberals as the vehicle for making that change. And what happened was there were so many Canadians that wanted it to happen that we were kind of collateral damage as everybody focused on making sure Harper was gone and focusing on the Liberal Party to deliver that. So beyond that, Bill, I can't really tell you. I know that we'll be spending a good deal of time poring over the ashes of the campaign to see what went wrong. And like any political party, when you face a setback, you lay there, bleed for a little while, stand up, brush yourself off, and keep moving forward. And that's exactly what we'll do.
And the sun will come up tomorrow. David, we're going to let you go. Thanks so much, and congratulations once again.
Thanks again, Bill. Appreciate your time.
David Christopherson, re-elected, of course, in Hamilton Centre. Momentarily, we will take you to Calgary. Stephen Harper, the Conservative leader, is making his way through the crowd at his election central headquarters in Calgary. Mr. Harper, of course, was re-elected in his own seat in Calgary, but, well, as of now, with 103 seats, is second in what will be the next parliament. The Liberals, in case you're keeping track of the numbers at home, scoring at home with the home version of the game, the Liberals 189 seats, the Conservatives 103, the NDP 35, the Bloc 10, and the Greens 1. Speculation, Scott, about what Mr. Harper is going to say here. As I say, we had a report from Canadian Press a few minutes ago that they are suggesting that Mr. Harper will resign tonight as leader of the Conservative Party. Any bets?
We were, you know, I can't see him enjoying leader of the opposition by any means, so that would not surprise me at all. And in fact, the party is probably divided because some would have liked to, I think, him to have stepped down prior to this campaign.
Well, let's take you now. Thanks so much, Sky. We'll take you to Calgary right now. with Stephen Harper, the leader of the Progressive Conservative Party, as he addresses his followers.
MP. Elected in 2002 by election as an MP for Canadian Alliance. Elected in 2004 as an MP. He lost that election, won in 2006. Let's see how he handles his speech and his comments for Conservatives and Canadians.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for that tremendous welcome. I can tell you that for Lorraine, Van, Rachel, and me, after 11 weeks, it feels very good to be with you here at our home in our Calgary. And a special welcome to all of those who are here tonight from the great riding of Calgary Heritage. In a moment, friends, I'll have a little bit more to say about that, but first, I wish to address all Canadians. Lorraine et moi avons embrassé la vie publique.
Lorraine and I decided to go into public life because we believe that hardworking Canadians should keep more of their hard-earned money.
Because we believe that hardworking Canadians should keep more of the money they earn. Because we believe that government should manage the people's money the way people manage their own. Because, friends, we believe that in a dangerous world, Canada must, without apology, advance our values, defend our interests, and stand by our friends. We have championed those values all of our public lives. Pendant les dernières 9 années et demie,
in the last 9.5 years, I had the incredible honor of serving as your Prime Minister.
It's been an unbelievable honor to serve as your Prime Minister. And it has been a great experience to again meet Canadians from coast to coast to coast during the last 2.5 months of this campaign. Nous avons tout mis en jeu.
We put everything on the table. We gave everything we had to give, and we have no regrets.
We gave everything we have to give, and we have no regrets whatsoever. Friends, how could we? We remain citizens of the best country on earth. Friends, our country is one of the most enduring democracies in the world today. And today, for the 42nd time in 148 years, Canadians have chosen a national parliament. Well, tonight's result is certainly not the one we had hoped for. The people are never wrong.
The people of Canada have elected a Liberal government, a result that we accept without hesitation.
Have elected a Liberal government, a result we accept without hesitation. I have spoken, friends, to Mr. Trudeau and offered him my congratulations, all of our congratulations, on his successful campaign. And I have assured him of my full cooperation during the process of transition in the coming days. I also want to extend, I know we also want to extend all of our congratulations to Mr. Mulcair, Ms. May, and Mr. Doucette on their campaigns. To all Canadians of every stripe, in every corner of our country, victorious or not, I salute you. Your efforts help keep our democracy strong. To the constituents of Calgary Heritage, thank you. Thank you for renewing your support for me once again. This is the 7th mandate you have given me, and it remains a true privilege to serve the people of this vibrant city in the Parliament of Canada. Dear friends, There are so many people who deserve credit for the work that goes into a national campaign. And at the top of that list, of course, are my family, Lorene, Ben, and Rachel. I love you more than you can imagine. And I have depended on you a great deal, not just in these past 79 days, but for a long time before that. I hope you will always know that without you, none of this would be possible, but with you, everything is. Thank you.
I also want to thank my campaign team across the country.
All of those with us on the road, at our national headquarters in Ottawa, and in Calgary Heritage, and 337 other electoral district associations across this country. Our party, friends, is a grassroots organization, and it is only because of our devoted staff and the thousands upon thousands of loyal members and volunteers that our party has been able to spread its message. And
tonight, we elected an official opposition, which is strong.
And tonight, friends, we have been able to elect a strong official opposition to the Parliament of Canada. For all of those who have, over the past decade and a half, built our party and contributed to our campaign, you have our deepest gratitude, and you should feel nothing but pride. Know also this as well. The disappointment you also feel is my responsibility and mine alone. But know this for certain. When the next time comes, this party will offer Canadians a strong and clear alternative based on our conservative values.
And we will offer that alternative as a party that has a solid basis, including in Quebec.
Never forget that due to your efforts, our country stands tall today. We have built a Canada that is stronger than ever. Our economy is growing and new jobs are being created. The budget is balanced and federal taxes are at their lowest in 50 years. We are poised to seize the opportunities that come with free trade access to Europe, to the Americas, and now to the Asia Pacific. Our men and women in uniform have the tools to do their jobs and the steadfast support of their fellow citizens.
Canada is safe and more united than ever.
In a dangerous world, we have stood consistently for freedom, democracy, and justice. This is the Canada we Conservatives have been building since the time of Sir John A. Macdonald, and this is the Canada to which, for the countless generations to come, we will be dedicated. Thank you again, friends, all of you, for all your support, for all you have done for our country. Merci beaucoup. Please say a little prayer for our men and women in uniform. God bless all of you. God bless Canada.
All right, Stephen Harper.
Well, no resignation from Stephen Harper, as was earlier reported. We'll do a short break, and Scott Thompson and I will be back and talk about Mr. Harper's speech and going forward. And still, of course, waiting to hear from the Prime Minister-elect, Justin Trudeau. It's all coming up on CHML. Canada votes the 2015 election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts on 900 CHML.
Heating, cooling, plumbing. We're the technicians from Enercare, and we've got a message that we've got to share. We've got the skills and the expertise to keep your home working in perfect harmony.
And for a limited time only, get great offers on a shiny new furnace at enercare.ca. And that second last part didn't rhyme, but that's because we ran out of time
to write this song.
Enercare.
It's better inside.
A proudly Canadian company.
Question: who or what is more loyal to you than, say, your pooch? Here is a couple of clues. It has 4 tires, loves a bath, and is a loyal companion in all kinds of weather. Yes, it's your vehicle. So give it the love it needs to keep you safe. That's where Mountain Tire comes in. They are the experts on tires when these are needed to give you utmost safety on the roads. See Mike, Brian and Jay, those 3 wise tire guys at Mountain Tire, 473 Upper Wellington Street, Hamilton, 905-383-9611.
Hello, my name is Debt Free. You can't imagine how good it feels to say that. Actually, my name is Steve, and I reached out to Farber when I was spiraling into debt. As trusted professionals, they explained my options, and now the weight of the world is off my shoulders. I can now say that I am actually debt-free.
Contact Dave Farber & Partners, trustee in bankruptcy, part of Farber Financial Group. Call 1-844-AFARBER or visit afarber.com.
Tornado on the ground!
Let's move.
Holy Meet Greg, Chris, and Ricky, the stars of CMT's brand new show, Tornado Hunters. Oh my God! These 3 guys have one simple plan. Chase down the most violent tornadoes on the planet. Holy cow, look besides that!
He ended up in the air.
If they can keep 4 wheels on the ground, these 3 friends are going to turn their passion for storm chasing into one hell of a way to make a living. Whoa! Tornado Hunters. New episode Sunday at 9 p.m. only on CMT.
Drawing a new political map. This is Canada Votes 2015 on AM 900 CHML.
Welcome back. CHML's coverage of Canada Votes, the 2015 federal election, brought to you by BDO, Canada's debt solution experts, Bill Kelly and Scott Thompson in CHML Election Central. We just heard from Stephen Harper, the leader of the Conservative Party. The speculation before the speech was that he was going to resign tonight. Scott, looks like there were a couple of times in that speech where he just seemed to be on the verge of it.
Well, and not only that, he seemed very happy. He seemed content. He seemed at ease. He seemed like he had peace of mind. So you would think that comes with a decision that, you know, I'm going to take this weight off my shoulders all tonight, and I'm just going to step down. So yeah, I mean, that plus the report from CP that came in that said that, you know, the rumor was that he was going to resign. There was certainly lots of opportunity to do it during that speech.
You always wonder in circumstances like this, and you know, if there's another speech in his jacket pocket.
Yeah.
That's got that
yeah,
phrase
exactly.
in it, and it's one of these. Okay, just as you're walking up there, which one?
Well, you know, he lost. He's conceded and of course the victory goes to Trudeau. He has lost. That's one big loss tonight. Do you want to, I guess, appear to make it more severe by, well, I got beaten so bad, now I'm actually going to resign too? I mean, that's giving your heart and your soul, I think, on the same night. Whereas, as we were discussing off air, he might decide to do that at a later date once he gets the spotlight all to himself.
Well, the dust settles. I mean, if he were to announce his resignation tonight, that's bearing the lead, because the story in every news headline, in every newspaper, and every newscast on radio tomorrow is going to be Trudeau mania. I mean, all over again. It's not going to be. Oh, by the way, Stephen Harper resigned too.
Yeah,
that's going to be at the bottom of page 2. If he waits for the dust to settle on this, and then he has center stage, especially when he goes back to Ottawa and makes that announcement, then he's the newsmaker of the day, and you know, ego plays into this to a certain extent as well.
Well, especially when, you know, he's been preaching his whole campaign that Trudeau wasn't ready, and clearly, obviously, he was ready, and I don't think that Harper wants to be around too long to play leader of the opposition to him.
One of the anomalies, of course, in the political scene here was the designation of new ridings. Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, and Westdale was actually split up during that reorganization, and the incumbent David Sweet had a choice to make, and he went to the newly formed riding and was victorious. And he joins us on the Bill Kelly Show. That's tomorrow morning, I guess.
It won't be long, Bill.
Yeah, a couple of more hours. David, first of all, welcome and congratulations.
Thank you very much, Bill.
Tough campaign, a new riding, but a riding in which you were familiar, obviously, because it was really kind of hived off from the area that you'd represented for a number of years.
Yeah, that's well, half of it was Flamborough, and of course, like you said, I represented for almost 10 years, and but Glambrook and Upper Stony Creek and the portion of the Hamilton Mountain were brand new, and we made efforts to reach out there a couple of years ago.
And a lot of new growth out there too. I mean, people have tended to categorize your riding, David, as a rural riding, but there's a lot of new urban growth out there as well.
urban growth. Really, Waterdown, close to Burlington, has lots of growth, and we see that in Bimbrook as well. All throughout the riding, it's just exploding, and of course that's why the riding was divided, because of the growth.
What was the key to success, David? You've been in office for a number of years right now, well known in the area, of course, and as a worker, a hard worker, a guy that represents the community well. So you had that background. Is that one of the factors? I mean, you were re-elected tonight. The Conservative Party took a bit of a licking right now, but the people in that area decided that they still wanted David Sweet as their member of Parliament. That must speak, I would think, to your dedication and to your track record, basically.
Well, thank you for your kind words. First and foremost, I'd like to thank my campaign team. I just did that on my speech to mostly campaign workers. I mean, they sacrificed. This is a long campaign, 78 days. They sacrificed a lot. Many of them took leaves from their work, and I'm just so grateful. We just have always had good election campaign teams, and this time we had an even more stellar one.
What happens now? It's a much smaller caucus, obviously, when you go back to Ottawa. The speculation that there may be a leadership review, going to be some changes. Is this a tumultuous time for the party?
Well, we'll see. I haven't had an opportunity to hear the words from the Prime Minister. I don't know. We just, because of our results, we just got here. But I'm certain there's going to be lots of introspection. Of course, our main responsibility as Her Majesty's loyal opposition is to hold the new government to account, and we'll do that, and we'll make sure that we protect taxpayers' money and try to continue to keep taxes low and create an environment where businesses will invest so that we can create the jobs of the future.
There's a lot to be discussed and certainly a number of decisions to be made on both sides of the House in the days and weeks ahead. But David, savor the victory for tonight anyway. Congratulations. Enjoy the rest of the evening, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much, Bill.
David Sweet, of course, victorious in the new riding, and again, the power of incumbency, as we talked about, Scott, with us, David Christopherson, just a few minutes ago. It's tough when you see a wave coming like that.
Yeah.
It's like being in a pool and seeing the big tidal wave coming and say, am I going to be able to survive this?
But again, looking back to what we were talking about earlier about personality, and Harper has had this dogging him, I guess, since his political career started. Not the most personable guy. You look at the Christophersons, you look at Sweets, those are people that are embedded in the community and are very, very well liked. And I think that's why they get in, no matter what happens nationally. They're people that are well respected within their community. They do a great job, and they're getting repaid for that.
Let's take you now to Montreal, and Prime Minister-elect Justin Trudeau has reached the podium. It may be another couple of minutes, I think, Scott, before he actually starts his speech.
I think there's going to be several handshakes and several selfies before he gets to the microphone.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. Who would have thought 2 years ago that we'd be sitting here tonight watching Justin Trudeau about to embark on a victory speech and the newly elected Prime Minister of this country?
And you have to wonder at this point, as he sits there and lets it all sink in, he must be thinking of his father. He must be thinking at this point, what would Dad be saying right now?
This is the anniversary of Pierre Trudeau's birth. 94 years.
There you go.
94 years ago today.
How ironic is that?
How serendipitous is that?
Oh my goodness!
That on the anniversary of his father's birth, he becomes the new Prime Minister of Canada, and following in his own footsteps.
Isn't that something?
Yeah, Pierre Trudeau was born 94 years ago. Well, now we're into the next day. Yesterday was actually the anniversary, election day itself. And it turned out to be a rather serendipitous and fortunate day for Justin Trudeau.
Surprised that he's in when so many compared him to his father. And I mean, obviously very different people.
Yeah, and I think he was proud of his heritage, but at the same time, always, I think he endeavored, especially during this campaign, to say, yeah, I'm proud that I'm Pierre Trudeau's son, but I'm Justin Trudeau.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take it to Montreal now. Justin Trudeau.
Finalizes and a new party. The new government takes hold, Prime Minister is sworn in, and the cabinet he has to pick will be sworn in. Let's just watch and listen to this. He seems a little overwhelmed by the moment.
Merci. Merci. Thank you. Thank you, my friends. Merci. Merci, mes amis. Thank
friends.
Thank you, my friends. Yes. Il y a plus de 100 ans,
more than 100 years ago, a great Prime Minister, Wilfrid Laurier,
des voix ensoleillées.
talked about sunny voices. He knew that politics can be a positive force. And that is the message that Canadians sent today. Canadians chose change, real change.
Sunny ways, my friends, sunny ways. This is what positive politics can do. This is what a positive, hopeful vision and a Platform and a team together can make happen. Canadians from all across this great country sent a clear message tonight. It's time for a change in this country, my friends, a real change.
There are so many people to be thanked tonight. I will be spending lots of time in the coming days thanking them. But I'd like to begin today with my family. I'd like to begin by thanking my family, Sophie, Xavier, Ella Grace, and Adrien. Thank you for allowing me to serve. Thank you, Sophie, for your strength, for your compassion, and for your generosity, your deep generosity. And to Xavier, Adrien, and Ella Grace, who are asleep now, but who will be with us tomorrow morning. My children, I have to say, we are embarking on a new adventure together. And I can tell you now that there will be difficult moments as children of a Prime Minister, but Dad will be there for you. I also want to thank all the people who have trusted me since 2008, the people of Papineau. Thank you once again for your support. Thank you for your confidence. I will be, first and foremost, very proud to represent you in the House of Commons. Dear fellow citizens, you talk to me about the issues that are important to you. I heard you, and that helped me to become a better member of Parliament, to be a better leader, and that will help me to be a better Prime Minister. Thank you.
I also want to specifically thank my good friends, Katie Telford and Gerald Butts. Katie and Jerry are two of the smartest, toughest, hardest working people you will find anywhere. They share with me the conviction that politics doesn't have to be negative and personal to be successful, that you can appeal to the better angels of our nature and you can win while doing it. Tonight, my very good friends, we proved that. I hope it is an inspiration to like-minded people to step up and pitch in, to get involved in the public life of this country, and to know that a positive, optimistic, hopeful vision of public life isn't a naive dream. It can be a powerful force for change. And I also want to thank the incredible volunteers that made tonight happen. Over 80,000 Canadians got involved in the core of this campaign. They knocked on their neighbors' doors. They made phone calls. They sent emails. Hundreds of thousands more supported us actively with their friends and online. They convinced their neighbors and their families. And all of these people had one thing in common. They care deeply about their families, their communities, and their country. They believe that better is possible and that active citizens can play a real part in making it happen. Now this movement we've built was fueled by these amazing volunteers, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Now, I want to take a moment to speak about my colleagues across the aisle. Tonight, I received phone calls from all of them, including from Mr. Harper. Stephen Harper has served this country for a decade, and as with anyone who has devoted their life to this country, we thank him for his service. Now, over the course of this campaign, I had the opportunity to have a couple of brief personal conversations with him about our families. It reminded me of the extraordinary and unique sacrifices that are made by anybody who serves this country at the highest levels. And I want to remind everyone, as I've said many times over the course of this campaign, conservatives are not our enemies, they're our neighbors. Leadership is about bringing people of all different perspectives together. Je veux aussi rendre hommage.
I also want to pay tribute to Thomas Mulcair, who ran a vigorous campaign.
Il s'est battu jusqu'à la fin.
He fought right up until the end.
Militants de son parti,
and to the supporters of his party, I understand your disappointment tonight.
Notre parti a vécu
Our party has had some difficult times not so long ago, so don't be discouraged. Our country needs engaged citizens like you. Our country will only be stronger as a result. Thank you.
Now, you're all going to hear a lot tonight and tomorrow about me and about our campaign. Lots of people are going to have lots of opinions about why we were successful. Well, for 3 years, we had a very old-fashioned strategy. We met with and talked with as many Canadians as we could. And we listened. We won this election because we listened. We did the hard work of slogging it across the country. We met with hundreds of people in the dead of winter in the Arctic, and with thousands of people in Brampton in the middle of this campaign. You built this platform. You built this movement. You told us what you need to be successful. You told us what kind of government you want, and we built the plan to make it happen. In coffee shops and in town halls, in church basements and in gurdwaras, you gathered. You spent time together with us. And you told us about the kind of country you want to build and leave to your children. Vous nous avez fait part de vos défis.
You told us
dans votre vie
about
de tous
the
les jours.
challenges in your everyday
Vous nous avez
lives.
dit que
You
ça
told
devenait de
us
plus en plus
that it was
difficile
becoming
de
more and more
joindre les
difficult to make
de payer
ends
les
meet
factures
and to
à la
pay your
fin du
bills
mois.
at the end of the month.
Vous nous avez dit
You
que
told
vous
us
étiez
that you
inquiets
were concerned
pour votre retraite.
about your retirement.
Vous nous avez dit
You told
que vos
us
communautés
that your
avaient besoin
communities
d'investissement.
needed
Vous
investment.
nous avez dit
You
que les
told
bons
us
emplois
that good jobs were becoming more and more rare. You are the inspiration behind our program. You are the reason why we worked so hard to reach this point, to reach the point where we are tonight. And you will always be at the heart of the government that we will form.
Over the past 3 years, you told us what you're going through. You told us that it's getting harder and harder to make ends meet, let alone to get ahead. You told us you're worried about whether you'll be able to afford a dignified retirement. You told us that your communities need investment. You told us you need a fair shot at better jobs. You are the inspiration for our efforts. You are the reason why we work so hard to be here tonight, and you will be at the heart of this new government. So, my message to you tonight, my fellow citizens, is simple. Have faith in yourselves and in your country. Know that we can make anything happen if we set our minds to it and work hard. Ce n'est pas moi qui a fait l'histoire ce soir.
I am not the one who made history tonight. You are.
Ne laissez pas les gens vous dire le
Don't
contraire.
let anyone tell you anything different.
Que je suis ici ce soir
I know that I am
pour
on
une
this
seule
stage
raison.
tonight for one reason and one reason alone.
Choisi.
Because you
I
put
didn't
me here.
make history tonight. You did. And don't let anyone tell you any differently. I know that I am on stage tonight for one reason and one reason only, because you put me here. And you gave me clear marching orders. You want a government that works as hard as you do, one that is focused every minute of every day on growing the economy, creating jobs, and strengthening the middle class. One that is devoted to helping less fortunate Canadian families work their way into the middle class. You want a Prime Minister who knows Canada is a country strong, not in spite of our differences, but because of them. A PM who never seeks to divide Canadians, but takes every single opportunity to bring us together. You want a Prime Minister who knows that if Canadians are to trust their government needs to trust Canadians. a PM who understands that openness and transparency means better, smarter decisions. You want a Prime Minister that knows that a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples that respects rights and honors treaties must be the basis for how we work to close the gap and walk forward together. À mes compatriotes québécois.
To my fellow Quebecers, tonight, together, we have chosen the path of engagement. We have chosen to re-engage in a more unified and positive form of politics. We have chosen to re-engage in leading a country that reflects our values and our ambitions. We have chosen to trust one another and invest together in our future. In the last 3 years, I have spent a lot of time meeting with you and listening to what you had to say. You told me that you wanted a government that would be open and transparent, a government that trusts its citizens, a government that is there to serve all Canadians. Tonight, that is the commitment I am making to you. I will be the Prime Minister of all Canadians. We will form a government of integrity that respects institutions and which will make collaboration with the provinces the primary principle of all its actions. Dear fellow Quebecers, thank you. Tonight, Canada is becoming the country it was before. Tonight, Quebec is returning to the government of Canada.
Prime Minister-elect Justin Trudeau wrapping up his speech in Montreal tonight, a jubilant Trudeau. Just a couple of seconds left for final thoughts, Scott.
You know, as you said, he campaigned on change, and now it's going to be interesting to see who he gets backing him up and how he moves forward, what his cabinet will look like, and what his plans are as he takes over as the new Prime Minister of the country.
What are you going to talk about on the show today?
How about them Jays?
Hey, how about that? We've got to go. Thanks again to Scott and the show, of course, and to our CHML election team out and about all over the area to bring us the stories as they were happening. The technical producer of Canada Votes was Luke Vermeer. The executive producer of Canada Votes 2015 was Jeff Story. I'm Bill Kelly on behalf of the entire CHML team. Good night from CHML Radio.
Sit back, listen, and enjoy.